All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just over a half hour away from the start of today's NASCAR Cup Series YellaWood 500 at the Talladega Superspeedway, as it will be the running of the second race of the round of 12 of the playoffs in 2023, making just 6 NASCAR race Sundays remaining on the season. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, and this is going to be a fun race here today. I'm sure of it. The playoff race at Talladega over the last several years has been an absolute banger, and I'm sure we're going to see another great race here today. We saw a good truck race yesterday afternoon for those of you that tuned in for our live commentary stream then. And of course, we are here and back and better than ever for today's race. We've got some pre-race predictions coming out for you guys with this pre-race show as usual. We'll take a look at the fantasy standings coming into this week as well, and the point standings in the actual NASCAR Cup Series coming into the race as well. Before I get into the pre-race, I'm going to make sure I get a poll up already for who you think will win today's race at Talladega. So that way you have a maximum amount of time to try to put your answer in for who you think will win. Who will win Talladega today? Question mark. All right, so we're going to put Brad Keselowski in here because I do think he is definitely going to be one of the favorites. I'm going to put my pick, Chris Buescher, in here. The RFK Ford's probably going to be very tough to beat. Who else should we put in here? Put William Byron in there. And, of course, other. And you guys will have until the end of Stage 2 to vote for that, per usual. Patty Rundy Creations, Wade Stalinsky, Terry Lewis, Billy Kramer, and others, welcome into the stream. Hope it doesn't end with a fight like it did in the Truck Series race yesterday. That was awful. Yeah, I saw that this morning, actually. I didn't see it at all yesterday. I wasn't really like on YouTube or anything. Post NASCAR yesterday, so yeah, I didn't see anything about it until this morning. And boy, let's hope that doesn't happen again. We'll maybe talk about that a little bit more later, but we're going to focus on today's race. You can see the starting lineup on the screen right now. We're actually going to quickly transfer away from this and look at the point standings, which is definitely more important when you get to this juncture of the season. William Byron, who won last weekend at Texas to pick up his 6th win of the year, is locked into the round of 8 of the playoffs already. So there are still 7 spots open with, of course, 11 drivers vouching for those 7 spots. Really, everybody is in a situation where they can point their way in still. There's nobody in a must-win situation in these final 2 races based off of how the points look. Denny Hamlin is 37 points to the good right now. He has been hot when it comes to speed, capitalizing on stage points, and that has exponentially helped him through that first race at Texas that he did not win despite leading a lot of laps in. 37 points to the good for himself. He is the highest in the point standings without a win. As for Chris Buescher, who's had a great season as well, especially as of the last month and a half to 2 months, coming into one of his better racetracks today, and I say that because of RFK as a whole has been solid on the superspeedways this season. He won on the last superspeedway at Daytona as well to pick up his 3rd and most recent win of the year. 22 points above the cutoff line for Chris Buescher. Christopher Bell is plus 20 points above the cutoff line. Don't think of him as a pretty good superspeedway racer, but he has had some good runs on superspeedways this season. A couple of top 5s, including 3rd in the Daytona 500, and also getting a top 5 in the first Talladega race this season as well. 19 points above the cutoff line is your regular season champion Martin Truex Jr. in the number 19 car. This is definitely not a style of racing that suits Truex, though he does seem to win a lot of stages on super speedways, can't seem to make it to the end of the race. It's going to be really important for him to score stage points today if he doesn't make it to the end, as he seemingly does every time we come to Talladega or Daytona. He sits above the cutoff line for right now. Don't want to put himself below the cutoff line going into the elimination race for the 2nd consecutive round to start the playoffs. Ross Chastain is 12 points to the good. He is a former Talladega winner, though it was a spring race with the next-gen car back in 2022. We'll see how he'll do in this one. He hasn't performed as well in the super speedways this season in particular compared to last year. At both Atlanta races, he ended up finishing 2nd in both of them. I mentioned he won at Talladega last year as well. His teammate Daniel Suarez was leading a lot of laps last year in super speedways, but for whatever reason, Chastain has not had great runs on these style of racetracks so far this year. So we'll see if he can bounce that back around. Have another consistent run like he did at Texas last weekend, and go into next week's race at the Roval in a pretty good spot. Brad Keselowski, 8 points to the good. He's going to be one of the favorites to win today's race, qualified top 5. He finished in second place in the most recent superspeedway race at Daytona, 1-2 finish for RFK Racing. He has been in contention to win a lot of these races. The Summer Atlanta race, he led the most laps. He also led a lot of laps in the Daytona 500 at the beginning of the year. Talladega, he led some laps. It was up in contention there for the win late as well. So I expect Brad Keselowski to have a pretty solid day today. Very good opportunity. He can get a lot of points as long as he stays out of trouble through the early going and try to put himself comfortably above the cutoff line as well. Kyle Larson's an interesting one here today. He has had good runs with the next-gen car on super speedways, more so than what he did, say, with the Gen 6 before this generation of car. Although he's still struggling getting to the finish of the race, he has been in contention for wins on super speedways multiple occasions this year. Of course, the Daytona 500, he was trying to make a 3-wide pass for the lead on the final lap, and also in the spring Talladega race, he was up in contention for the race win as well. I think last year's spring Talladega race, he was also, before he wrecked in the tri-oval, right around second or third. So if he can make it to the end of the race today, I think he can actually have a pretty solid finish. He desperately needs it, being 2 points above the cutoff line with the Roval coming up next. Remember, this is the round Larson was eliminated from the playoffs last season, so he's trying not to do that 2 years in a row. Bubba Wallace, former Talladega winner, is 2 points below the cutoff line as he sits ninth in the point standings. Did a great job last week, scoring as many points really as about he could. He was in contention to win late, didn't really have the fastest car in the race, so I don't want to say he necessarily choked it like he said he did. He did lead some laps early on, but once he got back in traffic, that car wasn't quite the same, and that's when you could tell that he didn't really have the fastest car in the field. That definitely went to Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin, in my personal opinion. But as far as Bubba goes, I do think he had a pretty solid car. Capitalized off of it with at least a top 5 finish, which was his 5th top 5 of the year. Needs to make another good run here today. He qualified pretty well, so starting up in the top half of the field is going to help him try to get some stage points early. Do what he did last week, and really what he's done the entire first 4 playoff races, score a lot of stage points. That way, if your race finish falters a little bit later, you have that to lean back on and put him into a fighting chance going into the Roval next week. Same goes for Tyler Reddick. Reddick has been masterful on the road courses with the next-gen car, so I think next week could be a great race for him to get a lot of points. If he goes into that race within 10 points of the cutoff line, I think he should still be good to go. He comes in minus 3 points today. Ryan Blaney is a 2-time Talladega winner. He's 11 points below the cutoff line, and we have seen Blaney in this situation before. It seems like every time we go to Dega or the Roval this time of the year in the playoffs, he's always below the cutoff line, but he finds his way to either get to victory lane or he finds his way to just point his way in because of solid runs at both of these 2 racetracks. Think back to 2018, going into the round of 16 finale race. He went into that race below the cutoff line. Now, granted, the way the points were shaping up at the end of the race, he would have gotten in barely anyway without the win, but he did get the win at the Roval. 2019, he was more than 20 points below the cutoff line going into this race, and he ended up getting the win at Talladega on a last lap pass. Led a lot of laps in that race as well. Definitely had one of the stronger cars. And now we fast forward into this race this year. He's below the cutoff line by 11 points. Ford's been super strong on the super speedways this year. I know RFK has been the dominant Ford program, but Joey Logano and Ryan Blaney have also been right there with the RFK boys in these super speedway races this season. It would not shock me if Blaney has a chance to win late. He also finished second at Talladega back in the spring. Then you have Kyle Busch, who won at Talladega earlier this spring. He too has also had some very fast cars on super speedways this season. He has 3 top 5s on super speedway races, and that's not even counting the Daytona 500 where he was leading going into one of the last overtime restarts. He's 17 points below the cutoff line to start today. I know it's not really the season Busch would have hoped for compared to having those first 3 wins in the first 13 races. He has faltered throughout the late summer into the early playoff going. He was getting good finishes last round, but not qualifying well. Last week, he did qualify well, but didn't get a good finish. Backed it into the wall early while running in the back half of the top 10. Needs to finish the race today. I think he'll have a good car. RCR's had a great super speedway program this year. Honestly, I think the best Chevrolet program when it comes to super speedways. Right there behind the Penske and the RFK Fords, so Busch should be good. He didn't qualify particularly well today, but that probably tells me they weren't looking to trim the car out and trying to make sure it was going to handle well for the race. So even though he starts mid-pack, I expect him to be up in contention at some point throughout today's race. So that is your playoff outlook as far as the point standings go coming into this one. We'll highlight the Fantasy League here real quick, and I'll show you how to get there on the NASCAR.com website. You can also join on the NASCAR mobile app. There's a fantasy tab If you click on the top left-hand corner of the screen on NASCAR.com, you can see the quick links section and Fantasy Live a couple tabs over. Click on that, sign up with your email. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, it is free to join. Definitely want to do that. You'll have to hop in our league to obviously be in it as well. And you also have to be a subscriber of the channel to be entered in the contest. As far as the fantasy goes, it is KRC League in all caps. So I'll put that in the chat real quick. The league you'll want to join again, KRC Leagues. KRC in all caps, space, and then a capital L on league. So when you put that in the search bar to join a league, that is the league you'll want to join for the chance at those tickets. You can't win the regular season championship, obviously, because we're in the playoffs now. And you can't win the playoff championship this year if you're not already in the league, considering we are about halfway through the playoffs. But obviously, you'll be entered in at the start of next season if you join the league now, in case you forget. So that way, when next season rolls around, you will already be entered with a chance to win. So here is my fantasy team for this week. Got Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Brett Keselowski, Chris Buescher, Bubba in the garage for the start of the race today. I think personally these have been the strongest guys on super speedways. Bubba's a little bit of an outlier. I'd probably, off of speed, maybe throw like an Almirola or someone in there. The reason why I put Bubba in there is because the SHR cars, even though they have been right up there too, again, Ford as a whole has been good on super speedways this season. I think they're probably going to lay back for most of the race, considering none of the 4 SHR Fords are remaining in the playoffs, so they're not going to be up at the front of the field. I think Logano is going to be up towards the front for most of the race because he's going to try to help Ryan Blaney throughout the course of it. And for Bubba Wallace, he is in the playoffs, so he's definitely going to be going hard from the beginning, trying to get those stage points, especially being right on that cutoff line. So that's why I put Hitman over like an Almirola, because I did have Almirola in there at first, but I just think he's going to hang on at the back. And he's not going to get a lot of stage points, and he could be up there in contention late, but if he's not, then it's not going to be a solid points day for him, so that's why I didn't go with him. As far as the league standings coming into this week, we'll take a look at those playoff standings. I'm currently on top of the leaderboard at 851 points. Inside Uranus, who won our regular season championship already, trying to double down, winning the playoff title. He's at 801 points. 50 points is not a lot of points. We have seen multiple weeks this season where the winner scores over 200 points. So if you're within a couple hundred going into that final race at Phoenix, you still have a chance. And especially today being a super speedway race, you're probably going to see these point standings change quite a bit. But that is the top 2. Dark Crypto sits in third with 787 points. Monster Jam X10 with 770 points in fourth, and Nathan Powers in fifth with 757. So that is your top 5 coming into this week's fantasy league. So that is where the rankings are right now. As far as the race predictions, I'm going to kind of blow through these pretty quickly here as we're already getting closer to the race right now. We're about 15 or so minutes from the drop of the green flag. We're going to start off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run well, or at least guarantee that they're not going to get a top 10 finish this weekend. Might be a little harder to make a prediction for super speedways, especially this year in particular, because outside of the Daytona 500, there's no practice sessions, so you can't really base practice speed off of one another. But if you look at the qualifying charts, as you see on our screen right here, a lot of Fords up there, and they've been dominant on super speedways all season long. Doesn't matter whether it's been Daytona in both races, Talladega in the spring, both Atlanta races. They qualify well, they finish well. The only outlier was the Daytona 500, where they didn't necessarily qualify well, but they raced well in the duel, so they all got good starting spots. And, of course, at the end of the race, it was a lot of Fords battling for the race win there at the end, even though it was won by a Chevy of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. late. Logano was probably the fastest car that weekend. I mentioned the RFK Fords were up there in contention late as well. Blaney was leading some laps, so I expect Fords to be dominant again. But as far as the drivers who I don't think are going to get top 10 finishes at the very least, got to go with the obvious one. I think it's going to be Martin Truex Jr. His super speedway stats are abysmal. He's never won on a super speedway in his Cup career, and he only has one top 10 in super speedways with the next-gen car, and that counts the Atlanta races as well. So I don't look at Truex as being a strong competitor. Today's race, qualified mid-pack. He might score some stage points, but at the very least, I don't think he's going to get a very good finish. So stay away from putting Martin Truex Jr. in your fantasy lineups today of one of the playoff drivers. The other one of the playoff drivers who I'm going to have on this list, and I don't think it is because of performance necessarily, but it's going to be Denny Hamlin. And that might shock you guys because Hamlin, in my personal opinion, is one of the best, or at least with the Gen 6 car, one of the best super speedway racers in the NASCAR Cup Series. But if we look at his finishes on super speedways this season in particular, they're not that good. Let me pull them back up for you guys on screen here. Toyota's just not been as fast. There's been some Chevy teams that have been faster than even Joe Gibbs Racing on the super speedways this year. So, I wouldn't even put like the Toyotas in that second group. We look at the Daytona 500. Denny Hamlin finished in 17th, so that wasn't a very good finish. First Atlanta race, he did finish in 6th. Talladega, also 17th in the spring. Second Atlanta race, 14th. And Daytona 26. So, again, only one top 10 finish in the 5 super speedway races this season. It's not something you usually see from Denny Hamlin, but with the next-gen car, he just hasn't been in contention to really run up towards the front or lead laps. That car just hasn't looked strong. He isn't able to manipulate the draft like if they were single file, which we haven't seen much this season in general, but he can't pull out a line and make moves on his own and train a whole line up to the front like we usually see Denny Hamlin do on super speedways because the car just isn't as good for himself with this generation on super speedway. So I'm going to stay away from Denny Hamlin. I say he gets another finish outside of the top 10 today. And the last driver I'm going to go with a finish outside the top 10, even though I hyped him up a little bit as having some good runs on super speedways this season, and really with the next-gen car, I'm going to put Kyle Larson on this list of drivers to stay away from as well. We'll take a look at Larson's finishes this season on super speedways also while we're on this screen. So I would stay away from Larson. Again, I think much like Truex, he could be in contention to lead some laps, score some stage points. I just don't think he's going to get a good finish because he's somehow finds himself in a wreck. And some of the time, honestly, with Larson, it seems like he kind of causes some of them on the super speedways. He kind of caused that last lap crash in the Daytona 500, which relegated him to an 18th place finish. First Atlanta race this year, I think they had mechanical issues early, ran multiple laps down the whole race, 31st place finish there, 33rd at Talladega in the spring, Atlanta 36th. I think it might have been that Atlanta race he had the problems, I guess, mechanically, not the first one. But either way, he didn't finish very good in either one, outside the top 30 and 27th at Daytona. So no top 10 finishes in the 5 super speedway races for Larson this season. And he's finished outside the top 33 of those 5 races. So stay away from Kyle Larson for today's race. I know he qualified well again. He'll probably score some points, but if we're basing this off of race finish, I think that those are the 3 drivers who will finish outside the top 10. Once again, Mark Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, and Kyle Larson. As for the sleeper picks for today's race, outliers to potentially compete for the win, we'll go with some playoff drivers and some non-playoff drivers. I think for the obvious playoff driver pick, we got to obviously go with Bubba Wallace. I know he hasn't had great finishes on super speedways this season. Again, Toyota hasn't really been up there in contention for most of these races, but Bubba Wallace, in my opinion, is the best super speedway driver this season still of those on super speedways with the Toyota camp. Finished 20th in the Daytona 500. Didn't really have a strong run there. He kind of ran with Hamlin most of the race, and they were outside the top 10 most of the time. We flash forward to Talladega. I know he finished 28th, but he was leading on the final lap of the race. And really the final 20 to 30 laps, he and Blaney were kind of controlling the pack on the top and bottom lanes for a lot of that run. Definitely looked like he had one of the stronger cars in that one. Atlanta, I skipped over his Atlanta finish. Yeah, not good at Atlanta. Outside the top 20 there, and 12th at Daytona. So he also has not had a top 5 finish, or a top 10 finish, on a super speedway this season. Okay, so that concerns me a little bit. I'm still going to stick with my gut. I usually don't go with my gut. I go with my brain. My brain tells me, yeah, don't do that, looking at the stats, but he did qualify well. He's got a lot of track position. I'm just going to kind of go against it because I had him in the pre-race notes, so I'm going to have to stay with it even though I want to second-guess myself. We'll stick with him as the playoff driver as far as the sleeper picks go. And I know some of you guys might be saying just use Chris Buescher as your sleeper pick. I based it off of career wins. Buescher's got 5 career wins now, 3 this season, 4 in just over the last calendar year. I don't think you can consider him like a sleeper pick anymore. I think it's either must-have or don't have for Buescher every week. So that's why I didn't want to put Buescher in the sleeper pick. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., we'll take a look at his finishes on super speedways this season. We'll throw him in the sleeper picks as well. along with Bubba Wallace. I know he was eliminated from the playoffs already, but he started the season obviously as a playoff driver. And waiting on this. Laptop is being a little slow clicking on Stenhouse's stats. He obviously won the Daytona 500 earlier in the year, so that was a good finish for him. What's going on here? Come on. So he won a Daytona earlier this season. Atlanta, he finished 17th in the spring, 15th at Talladega. Second Atlanta race, he had a top 10, finished in the 10th place position. Daytona 34. So he's finished 15th or better in 4 of the 5 races on super speedways this season. The only outlier was at Daytona back in August. He finished 34th. So I think he could have a pretty strong run. He's actually had some good runs in the playoffs despite being eliminated. 16th at Darlington, which is pretty good for JTG Doherty Racing, all things considered. 10th at Bristol and 9th at Texas. So he's got some momentum on his side. I think overall in the season, he's had, obviously other races he's had top 10s at, other than the super speedways as well. But I would go with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as a good underdog pick. The other underdog pick / sleeper pick for today, I almost put him in my fantasy lineup. If we go with a non-playoff driver and somebody who didn't qualify in general, it's going to be Eric Almirola. We'll look at his super speedway stats this season as well. He's been pretty good. He's only got 1 top 5 on the season as a whole, 3 top 10s. He won his dual race at Daytona earlier in the year. That was telling. Again, Ford's been very strong super speedways. 21st Daytona, not great. 30th in the first Atlanta race, not great. Talladega, 22nd. Atlanta 18th. That's not good either. And then the most recent Daytona race, he finished 3rd, which obviously was a strong run. I do remember that race. He was up there leading a lot of laps in the final stage. I don't think he's going to necessarily run up at the front of the field. I think he will early and could score stage points at stage 1 because he has the track position. But if he falls mid-pack at any point, I think he and the rest of the SHR Fords will probably hang out at the back. I think Harvick kind of did that for most of the Daytona race. As well, especially with already being locked into the playoffs on points going into that one. So I would lean towards Almirola still having a top 10 finish at the end of the day, especially if he goes into that final stage with track position. I don't see him falling back. His car should be pretty fast, and he's on the pole in this race as well, so that's a good sign for him also. So once again, just to refresh, the sleeper picks today are Eric Almirola, Bubba Wallace, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Must-have picks for this weekend. We got 3 of them that we take on this list, guaranteeing top 10s for. I think these are going to be the 3 favorites to win the race. Both the RFK Fords are going to be in this list of Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher. I just logged out of that page, and I got to log back into it. I don't know why I closed it out. We'll go with Chris Buescher first, because he is my pick to win the race today. And the reason why I'm taking Buescher over Keselowski to win is because Buescher has won races this year. Keselowski is not. And I think in a late race circumstance, he will push Buescher to the win if Buescher's out in front of the field, which I can see just like they did at Daytona. Obviously, a win for Buescher at Daytona at the end of the regular season. Second Atlanta race, he finished in 15th. Talladega in the spring, he finished 3rd, had a great run there. Daytona 500, he finished in 4th and also finished 4th in his dual race at Daytona. So if you count the dual race at Daytona, he has 4 top 5s in 6 super speedway races this season. Strong pick, I think, for the win. He's been strong in the playoffs too. I know he finished 14th last weekend at Texas. Ran top 10 most of the day, but the war of attrition there in the late going. And a bad pit strategy. He was in the top 10. He was one of those few drivers, along with like Hamlin and those guys, that pitted on that last caution and never got back in the top 10 on those late race restarts with slightly fresher tires, because tires don't matter at Texas. So I don't know why that many cars pitted. I talked about that last week, but otherwise he probably would have had a top 10 there. Needless to say, even though he didn't finish in the top 10 in that race, ever since he got his first win of the season at Richmond, he has finished inside the top 5 in 5 of the last 8 races. 5 of the last 8 races, and 5 of the last 9 races now technically, and top 10s in 6 of the last 10, 11th at Indy, so you could even say 11th place finishes or better for Chris Buescher in 7 of the last 9 races this season. He's been one of the hotter drivers on the NASCAR circuit. I think he goes to victory lane today. reason we've got Brad Keselowski in there. Similar. Keselowski's actually leading a lot more laps on super speedways than what Chris Buescher is. We look at Daytona. He won a stage in the Daytona 500, led a lot of laps, especially in that final stage. Unfortunately, finished in the 22nd place position. He finished fourth in his dual race at Daytona. The first Atlanta race this year, he finished in second place, led the most laps in the second Atlanta race earlier this season, finished sixth, also won a stage in that race. Talladega in the spring, he finished in the top 5 in fifth place. Richmond, I don't know why I said Richmond. Daytona obviously finished second to Chris Buescher as well. So great finishes for Brad Keselowski. He has finished sixth or better in 4 of the 5 points paying races on super speedways. And then if you count the dual race at Daytona, that was fourth, so that's another top 6. So sixth or better in 5 of 6 super speedway races of any kind this season for Brad Keselowski. So kind of a no-brainer not to have him in your fantasy lineup. Good pick to win the race today as well. But again, I'm going with Chris Buescher for the win. The other must-have pick that I have is going to be William Byron in the 24. We'll take a look at Byron here. He's had some great finishes this season as well. 10th in the Daytona 500. He won the summer Atlanta race. Spring Atlanta race finished in 32nd. 7th at Talladega in the spring and 8th at Daytona. So he has finished in the top 10. If you count his dual race even as well, as we had to... Oh, my bad. He finished 34th in the 500, and then he finished 10th in his dual. So I flip-flopped that a little bit. Obviously, he didn't finish 34th in the dual. I saw the Clash 10 and then Daytona dual 10. I thought 500 was the 10th and then 10th in the dual. That was not the case. Okay, so he did not finish top 10 in the Daytona 500. The first 2 super speedways didn't go well for him, finishing 34th and 32nd. But once we got to Talladega in the spring, he had a 7th, again, first at Atlanta, and an 8th at Daytona. So I think he could be a solid driver up there. In my personal opinion, he'll probably be one of the faster Chevys along with like Kyle Busch. If he gets through the pack, which I'm expecting him to do at some point today. But I'm going to take William Byron for the other must-have pick for the Super Speedway. So just to recap, the full predictions for today's race, must-have picks, we have William Byron, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher. My race win pick is Chris Buescher. Sleeper picks for today's race to potentially get top 10s, maybe be in contention under the right circumstances late for the win, are Eric Almirola, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Bubba Wallace. Don't have picks that I'm predicting not to finish in the top 10 today. Would be Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Larson, and Denny Hamlin. That wraps up this portion of the pre-race show. Got to get the race on my phone here. And then we'll play some of the pre-race on their end. Before it begins, you can watch the race today on your local NBC affiliate. And in fact, the last 6 Cup Series races this season will be on the main NBC network. We've got cars on the racetrack already. They've already fired engines. So here's some late race updates before we go green.
To perform, and now it's set here in the playoffs where you have no choice but to go. Let's listen in to Ryan Blaney's team pre-race.
Hey Ryan, good luck down there today, guys. We know we got to do it. They're going to get on and go. Remember, we got to be there at the end.
He knows better than anybody. That's Captain Roger Penske giving key words of wisdom. Before we start the second race of the second round of the playoffs, Ryan Blaney saw him get out of position there a little bit as they come through the trial. But again, a little uniqueness about this racetrack is the start-finish line. It is past the center of the trial. So they're going through the trial.
So just like that, we are about to go green. Wrapped up the predictions just in time. Eric Almirola is the control car electing the inside. He'll have his teammate Chase Briscoe behind him in row 2. Green flag is in the air. We are playoff racing at Talladega for the NASCAR Cup Series on this Sunday afternoon. Stage splits today will be 60, 60, and 68. And they will have to pit at some point during each of the 3 stages, as well as probably the stage ends as well throughout today's race. We're going to see a plethora of pit stops, both under green and yellow, throughout this race. We get those long green flag runs. 2x2 as they rumble down the back straightaway. Joey Logano getting a push from Kyle Larson in the outside lane, locking bumpers, which you can do in the Cup Series. Although I will say, despite they frowned upon it in the lower series, there was a lot of locking bumpers, I felt like, in that Truck Series race yesterday. So I don't know how they, gauge if you're bump drafting too long or not, but it doesn't matter here. Definitely want to hit them square, especially in the middle of the corners. We've seen a lot of accidents on these super speedways this season when pushing in the middle of the corner with the next-gen car, especially with two different manufacturers. Leader of lap 1 was Joey Logano by 9 thousandths of a second over Eric Almirola. Logano leads the opening lap of the race from the second-place starting position today. The entire field gridlocked in 2 lanes for right now, although we did see quite a bit of 3-wide racing at both Atlanta and Daytona in the summer race. So with that being said, I'm sure they can fan out the 3 lanes at some point today at Talladega as teams are getting a better gauge for how these cars handle in the draft, in the pack, and are able to try to occupy that, especially with this being a much wider racetrack than those other 2. I'd say it's probably more likely here today. We didn't see much of that through last season's races at Dega or in the spring race this year. But again, that was changing over the last several super speedway races. We have not raced at Talladega since April. Joey Logano going to lead lap 2 as well by a full car length at the start-finish line. He still stays on the outside lane in front of Kyle Larson for right now. That's a jar Fords of Almirola and Briscoe coming up the bottom lane with Brad Keselowski, another Ford also in that bottom. Surprised Joey Logano has not left the top to go with his Ford teammates down on the inside of the racetrack. That would leave Kyle Larson up on the outside. I believe his teammate William Byron's in there, but they got a car between them. I believe Riley Herbst in the 36 car this weekend. Making a start. He also ran that regular season finale at Daytona. Had a pretty solid run, was leading laps at one point in that second stage. Never got back through the pack after that, but Herbst qualifying well today in a Ford. We'll see what he can do. At the line, Logano by 8 1,000ths of a second leads that last lap. So Joey Logano's led the first 3 laps, still staying in the outside, gridlocked through most of the field still. A couple cars at the very back maybe went 3 wide. I don't know if they were pulling out of the pack necessarily or what the case was there. No, there is a third lane forming, and it is being led by the 48 car of Alex Bowman. So on lap 4 of this race, we're already seeing 3 wide racing. Chris Buescher will be the push car in the second row of that third lane on the outside. Bump drafting Alex Bowman down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Letting go, and he'll likely give him the push again off of turn 4 onto the front stretch. Trying to get that extra little bit of momentum off the bank into the racetrack on the outside, but they are making headway, and they're about 7 to 8 rows off the race leaders. Again, Logano leads that lap at the line. Almirola, despite qualifying on the pole and being on the inside of Logano at the start-finish line for all but 1 lap, he has not led any one of them yet. Bowman charging hard and now has made his way alongside Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric. 1 car pulled up in front of Bowman from that second groove. That was Denny Hamlin in the 11, and now Hamlin trying to lead the charge now in the third lane with help from Alex Bowman and Chris Buescher. Riley Herbst sees the outside working well. He'll go up there. The rookie now leading the third lane on the outside. 3 by 3 from about 5th on back. The top 2 on the inside and the bottom lane, or inside and middle lane, I should say, are clear of that third lane for now. Hamlin to push Herbst in the center of the tri-oval. We'll see if the rookie can hang on to it. Denny pushing in the tri-oval. Hopefully Riley can hang on to his race car. He does for right now. Has a surge of momentum into turn 1. Larson pushing the 22 of Logano as well into the first turn. Logano clear. 3 wide now, right out of the rearview mirror of Joey Logano in turns 1 and 2. All the way through the pack, they are 3 wide. We expected this could be the case today. Was not expecting it on lap 6, but we are here. And we've got a battle for the lead at the front of the field between the 22, 36, and the 10. Logano bottlenecked just a little bit of that middle lane up, allowing for Almirola now to propel forward in the center of 3 and 4. He gets about 2 car lengths out ahead of the pack. And at the start-finish line this time by, Almirola will finally lead his first lap of the day. Zane Smith drops back a couple car lengths. Again, Hamlin to push him. A little squirrely out of the tri-oval was the 36 of Herbst. Still a little loose into the first turn. Hamlin stayed connected to him. Joey Logano, center of 1 and 2, actually came out with the lead. Larson gave him a great shot simultaneously. 36 with a run on the outside. Logano not going to go up to block. He stays right in front of Larson. Even though he has gotten out into the lead multiple times, he has stayed in that middle groove, not trying to control the pack, not hopping down in front of the other Fords on the bottom either. Almirola again pulls up alongside Logano. The outside bottlenecks more as the 36 a little bit on the loose side when Hamlin pushes him off into the corner. Doing fine on the straightaways, losing a little bit of ground though in the turns. Nobody else has really been bump drafting outside of the first two cars in a line, which is good, and it gives them a little bit more separation in case there was some sort of bottlenecking going on, which we've seen a couple of times. Third lane falling back just a little bit. Larson moving to the bottom with Joey Logano. He's going to break up the Fords. Larson's teammate William Byron now leads the middle groove with Ryan Blaney in the 12, followed by Austin Dillon and Martin Truex Jr. right there. The 36 of Herbst again to the outside lane, trying to get a run built up, with Denny Hamlin helping. And they are on the first commercial break of the race here in the early laps. So go through the full field running order here on lap 8. Again, Joey Logano leads as he's led the most laps in the early going. Kyle Larson second at the line, William Byron third, Ryan Blaney fourth, Eric Almirola rounds out the top 5. Austin Dillon at 6th, Chase Briscoe 7th, Riley Herbst in 8th at the line. Make that Martin Truex Jr. 8th as they just crossed the start-finish line, so it updated. Keselowski is now in 9th, Ty Gill in 10th, Riley Herbst back to 11th, Austin Cindric in 12th, Michael McDowell 13th, Denny Hamlin 14th, so the outside lane really has faded. Bubba Wallace in 15th place, Ty Gibbs 16th, Alex Bowman 17th, 18th is Kevin Harvick, Eric Jones 19th, and Chris Buescher is 20th. Tyler Reddick in 21st, Ty Dillon 22nd, Daniel Suarez 23rd, Christopher Bell 24th, Justin Haley 25th, Ross Chastain 26th, 27th place is Kyle Busch, Chandler Smith in 28th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 29th, and Corey LaJoie is 30th. Ryan Preece in 31st, BJ McLeod 32nd, JJ Yeley 33rd, Harrison Burton in 34th, AJ Allmendinger 35th, Carson Hocevar 36th, Chase Elliott 37th, and Brennan Poole rounds out the 38-car field right now. Joey Logano has led 8 laps in the race today. Almirola led 1. And we have had 3 lead changes with those 2 different leaders so far in the race. William Byron working his way alongside Logano at the line that last time by. We'll take our first ad break of the race. You're listening live on this NASCAR YouTube channel, KRC as I like to call it, Keegan's Racing Channel. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content here as we'll continue our coverage on the other side. Chris Davis, Xavier De Road Racer, thanks for tuning in. Nathan Urich, Zachary K, thanks for tuning in. Joanne C, Jeff Torgeson, Robert Goodrich, Endangered Sense, YTYB. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Zachary Wall, thank you for tuning back in as well. Dark Crypto. Now there's welcome into the stream. Let you listen into some of the race coverage when they come back from the commercial break. They're still on the break for right now. Ford, Chevy, Toyota, top 5 of the start-finish line. The top 13, 9 of them are Fords. Very few Fords are not up there in that group at the front of the field. Riley Herbst has fallen way, way back after being up in contention, leading laps. I don't know if he dropped out of line intentionally or what the case was. Third lane has faded a little bit since coming back from the commercial break. Logano controls the field.
The 12 of Ryan Blaney to his inside if he wants it. But it looks like he's going to let Ryan Blaney move to that inside line and try to take the lead away, Marty.
Rick, I thought Junior made a terrific point in the pre-race today, talking about non-playoff drivers racing with the playoff drivers. Talking to Joey Logano and his crew chief, Paul Wolf. Of course, they want to win the race, Junior, but their objective today, help the car to their inside. Their teammate, Ryan Blaney. So how aggressive aggressive are you, Junior, trying to help your teammate who is still in the playoffs to be able to get a win in advance today?
Yeah, I think that, Roger Penske done laid down the team orders for this 22 car. Look, you can go out there and try to win the race, do everything you need to do, but when you have the chance, do what you can for the 12. And even right here, running side by side, we saw just like before, the 12 gets to run to the inside. He doesn't block it. He would have blocked any other car, but he doesn't dive down and block his teammate. He allows the 12 to go through. So those are the type of things that he might do differently in this scenario as opposed to another one where his teammate's not involved.
And speaking of doing things differently, look back here in the pack. There's the green 11 car. Remember, he was trying to push Riley Herbst in the outside lane. It gave up. It did not work. The kids actually jumped in front of Hamlin and tried to make it help work, and it didn't. The outside lane lost all its momentum, and now Denny is mired back in 29th. Battling for the lead a few laps ago, it just ran out of gas, and now here he is in the back.
On a spot behind the 48, looks like a few cars are going to try to work to the outside of Hamlin now and start that third lineup once again, Dave.
Kyle Busch is going forward now, Rick, and I think I know why.
There's nothing to do right now. We're just leaving fuel till mid.
Okay, I just don't want to be the last one in line is all. We just need to be aware of that.
That was when Kyle was running 13th. He then moved up to about 20th. Now he faded back just a little bit. Still running in that top 20. But they don't want to get stuck way back there. They want to be up with the middle cars when it comes time to pit in a few laps.
And as Dave says, in a few laps, Steve, what's strategy here? Do you want to still fit with the same manufacturer so you keep a group together?
Well, I think, there's a lot of ways to break this up. If you can run about 44, 45 laps to the end, or in fuel, that means that your fuel window is only a couple laps from opening to the end of stage one. We used to see guys come right away and early, but the Fords have been running longer and longer and longer, and that cycle seems to be better. So the short answer is, they all claim they have a plan, but I've seen a lot of plans get thrown out the window. You don't want to come alone, but I also don't think you want to come with 20 of your friends. It gets very chaotic. I think 6 to 8 cars is a pretty efficient-sized group to get on and off pit road. Right on the roof cam for Bubba Wallace, the Toyota camera right here. We got 3 Toyotas in line. Bubba, with his teammate in front of him, Tyler Reddick. And then the 11 of Denny Hamlin is right behind Bubba Wallace. They are leading this third group again, but now look at these cars jumping in front of them. As the third lane starts moving forward, more people are like, hey, I like it. Let's go to the front. Eric Jones gets up there. Ryan Preece gets up there as well. Let's see what they can do. You get that line moving, and you're like, hey, you're the one with the idea, and then everyone else jumps in front of you, not behind you. You'd love them to get behind you and follow you to the front, but they're going to jump in front of you, taking advantage of that idea. A lot of communication. We talked about it in pre-race. Spotter to driver. Let's listen to this 22 bunch.
You're clear. 32:47 on the mid lane. 32:47. Third lane is tighter right now. All you got. Right there, you're clear to the third lane. You're clear to the third lane. Only you. Only you. Middle and third lane have equal cars. Middle with nose ahead. Pushing the three clear. Top's going to have energy at the end, but just with 2 of them. Outside bumper juice to inside 24. So inside 24. You're clear low. You're clear. Only you. Only you. Only you. Bottom tighter behind. Bottom tighter behind the cover. Bottom nose ahead. Tighter. Bottom nose ahead. Tighter. Half of the bottom. 24 is not clear to the middle lane. 24 is not. Mid lane 3 and 2. Bottom lane 24-12. Outside. Bottom lane clear. The 3 is not. Inside 24 now. Fairly. Inside 24. Here. Mid 3 right here. Mid 3. Mid 3.
So that's Coleman Presley, spotter for Joey Logano, giving him all of that information. And Junior, you and Steve talked about this pre-race. Some drivers like getting all that information, others maybe not so much.
Yeah, I mean, that camera we used was actually the view from the spotter stand. So you kind of, as you listen to the spotter, think about being up there, and that's the view you have. Going down the back straightaway, a lot of campers and all types of things sort of blocking some of the view. But it's pretty important, the job they do. And to your point, like a lot of drivers, such as Coleman there, he's talking a lot. The drivers want that. They want as much and more information. And I'll cipher through what I need to pay attention to.
I'm afraid you're not going to tell me something I need to hear, so say everything you can and then some. Every driver wants their own information. Let's go right along with the 19 car Martin Truex Jr., his spotter, Drew Herring.
Do you hear? Still corner off. Still corner. Tight. Still shoving.
So you can hear the difference in tempo from Coleman Presley to Drew Herring. Just different inflection, different sense of urgency, but that's what the driver wants. The driver and the crew chief spend a ton of time preparing for these races. The driver knows what he's going to get from the spotter, and the spotter knows what the driver needs, and it's different between every car.
William Byron, Joey Logano, Mark Truex Jr., that front row making their presence known. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs. YellaWood 500 from Talladega.
So our leaderboard as of the start-finish line that last time by actually scores William Byron out in front for the first time today, leading his first lap. Joey Logano was in second, not the case anymore. This next time by at the start-finish line, Joey Logano leads by 6/1000ths of a second over Austin Dillon. So we'll go through the full field running order once again here. Logano leads, Austin Dillon second place, Martin Truex Jr. third, William Byron is fourth, Austin Cindric in fifth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in sixth, Eric Jones 7th, Ryan Blaney 8th, Ty Dillon 9th, Ryan Preece 10th, Kyle Larson 11th, Justin Haley in 12th, Tyler Reddick 13th, Eric Almirola 14th, Denny Hamlin in 15th, Chase Briscoe 16th, Justin Haley 17th, 18th place is Todd Gilliland, Brad Keselowski 19th, 20th is Chase Elliott, Riley Herbst 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Harrison Burton 23rd, Kevin Harvick 24th, Kyle Busch 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Ty Gibbs in 27th, Chris Buescher 28th, Chandler Smith 29th, Alex Bowman in 30th, J.J. Yeley 31st, Carson Hocevar in 32nd, A.J. Allmendinger 33rd, 34th, Corey LaJoie, 35th is Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez in 36th, Brendan Poole in 37th, B.J. McLeod rounds out the 38-car field. All 38 cars in the lead pack on the lead lap, and all 38 cars separated by just 1.8 seconds to Joey Logano, the race leader. Logano has led the most laps so far with 18 laps led. He led at the very beginning of the race as well. Stay right here with our coverage for right now. Spotlight driver update in stage 1 based off the pre-race predictions. The must-have picks right now. Chris Buescher back at 29th, hanging back in the early going. Brad Keselowski also outside the top 10 at 22nd, falling back towards his teammate now after starting in the top 10. And the last of those must-have drivers, William Byron, is still up at the front of the field in third place. The sleeper picks to start the race today, Eric Almirola has fallen from the pole back to 14th place. Behind him is some of the other sleepers. Actually, just in front of him is Bubba Wallace in 12th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has made his way to the top 10 for the first time up to 10th. And then the don't have picks, Martin Truex Jr. up in second in the early going. Denny Hamlin was up in contention, now back to 15th. He was leading that charge on that third lane for a little bit, and then the push car in second for a moment as well once the 36 pulled up in front of him. And then Kyle Larson in the 5 car is in the 11th place position just outside the top 10.
Our cameras, radio broadcasting, also upgrade to premium for access to driver audio channels, which we were listening to just a few moments ago. Search NASCAR in your app store and start a free trial. And the race to 1 million is heating up in the NASCAR Powerball playoff. 12 fans are locked in for a chance to win $1 million at NASCAR Championship Weekend. Follow the playoffs, see who advances and who will get cut. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR.
Y'all, Ricky Bobby's leading. I mean, look, this guy went flipping down the back straightaway at Daytona. We played that replay over and over and over. And now Ryan Preece, we asked him, hey, how do you put that behind you? And this is how you do it. You drive to the front of this field, put that car out front. Pretty impressive job. I thought you meant you dressed up like Ricky Bobby.
Well, anytime you say Ricky Bobby, I think back to your Bristol race where you said, I'm on fire.
I feel like this thing's playing out in front of me in real time, man. Just awesome to see this 41. Good looking race car. So we talked about that green 11 car, Denny Hamlin. He was up toward the front, tried the third lane, didn't make it work. has clawed, got himself back into that top lane, and now he's worked himself back toward the top 15. He is being aggressive today. He is trying to make things happen. He's not just, you heard Kurt Busch talk about just riding around, waiting, right? Denny Hamlin's not. Denny Hamlin's out there pushing the issue, learning what his car will do, learning what it won't do, Kim.
That's right, Mike. Throughout to crew chief Chris Kingberg this morning, he said because of their point situation, they came into this race plus 37 to the elimination line. That gave Denny more room to take these risks. He said the point situation makes the goals we have today more attainable. He can be more aggressive than some drivers without as much risk.
What I see right now in the first part of this race is Denny Hamlin staying with 23-11. The 45 and the 23. Every time we look at them, Denny Hamlin is not hard to find. He's had opportunities to do things on his own, make moves on his own, but he seems very dedicated, at least in this first stage, to be able to help Bubba Wallace and Redding find that track position to get those stage points.
Jeff, I want to ask you, we are getting close to seeing green flag pit stops. How much time do you need to get into position? If, say, you are Denny Hamlin, and they say, okay, 2 laps, we're coming in, how much time do you need to get down to that inside lane?
It all depends on the commitment level of your team of pitting with specific cars. So if you're in that top lane, you got all of those 4 Toyotas, and they want to pit together, I need a lot of laps. I got to get to the bottom of the racetrack to pit. However, if I'm going to stay out forever, you know that I'm going to run a lot of laps, and I just want to run wherever I can. It doesn't matter. So if you got to get to the bottom, I need at least 3 laps. And you have to understand, if I'm in the middle of the pack, Steve, I might have to go all the way to the back to get to the bottom if you want me on pit road the first time with all the groups.
Well, and I think that's really the tough part about committing to coming with a group, right? I mean, if you're where Buescher is on the bottom, then it's going to be very easy for you to pit. But if you're where Denny Hamlin is, I think, I have to realize that. I can't put you in a position, Jeff, where you're going to try to do something that's just not really feasible to do without giving up track position. You already went hearing on pit road.
Well, Steve, did you really say earlier this is going to be about the least time on pit road and track position race at Talladega? A lot of crew chiefs and spotters talking about that as well. So Ryan Preece, who is out front right now, burning far more fuel than Joey Logano is, who's right behind him. Preece has to be pretty much full throttle the entire way around. He can save a little bit, but Steve, how much do you save being further back in the pack versus leading here at Talladega?
Well, it used to be a couple or 3 laps, guys, but now you look on the bottom left of Preece, these guys are getting so good at saving gas that Preece is only about 70% throttle leading. So I think that gap from traffic to the lead has definitely closed up with the more they learn.
And you got to ask, how is he able to run 3/4 throttle and not be passed, right? Of course, they're wanting to sit behind him and try to save fuel themselves, but there's a balloon, a beach ball, if you will, between those cars. That second place car is pushing that leader along at times around this racetrack. So you go to full throttle when you think you need to, and then when you feel that effect of that car behind you pushing you forward, you can then come off the throttle. You don't want to let that gap between you get too big.
Well, I think that's why you see what we see. So Preece has only led for 6 laps. Logano had led for 19, right? So back to Marty's point, if the leader's burning more gas for teammates, Logano says, hey, I'm going to ride second. Preece, you go pull the train a little bit.
Look at the delivery on Stenhouse. He's wide open. He's got somebody behind him giving him a good push. He's not concerned about fuel at the moment. He's wide open trying to get his track position. See the difference? Preece leading the race, 3/4 throttle. Stenhouse on the outside, he's wide open. How in the world can you run wide open and not catch that guy on the bottom? It's all about drafting and who is pushing you. Stenhouse has Eric Jones behind him, but Eric Jones is not physically pushing him. He's about a half a car length behind. That's not going to give you the momentum you really want.
And when we say leading, you don't have to be leading the race, just leading your line, right? Junior, like if you're the first guy in whatever lane you're in, you're leading that lane. You're kind of breaking the air for that group.
And you can see some drivers like Stenhouse who care less about fuel mileage. He's going to just run wide open to a point. They're not really that worried about it. See a little bit of pushing and shoving up there on that inside line. The 22 into the back of the 41, down the back straightaway, moving those cars around. And Ricky started 35th. And we know Ricky Stenhouse wants to get track position. And so he's not worried. That's not his priority at the moment, his fuel mileage. His priority is to get to track position that he didn't have in qualifying. And so he's willing to go wide open because he thinks long-term he's going to be better off running here versus running mid-pack.
Doing some side drafting, bringing that second line a little bit closer to the front. A couple Brent companies fighting for the lead here at Talladega with Wonder Brent and Ryan Preece out in front right now, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with the Artisano Bakery Brent.
Starting to see the pushers get a little more aggressive as they've got double file. You wonder when that first push is going to be done incorrectly. That's what makes you nervous. You sit there and you be running 10th, minding your own business. Next thing you know, somebody lands up on top of you. Just because somebody gave the wrong push.
Two distinct lines right now as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes to take the lead here at Talladega.
Stenhouse just led his first lap of the race that last time by at the line. He currently leads Ryan Preece in second. Eric Jones is third. Joey Logano in fourth. Austin Cindric fifth. Austin Dillon in sixth. Ty Dillon in seventh. Eighth place is William Byron. Justin Haley ninth. And Ryan Blaney is in 10th. That is your top 10 right now. Lap 32 of 60 in this first stage. We have not seen green flag pit stops take place yet, but I'm sure we will on the other side of the commercial break. We'll take another break ourselves here. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so, and also subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as our live commentary coverage of the YellaWood 500 at Talladega continues. 75 votes have been casted for who you think will win today's YellaWood 500 at Talladega. 56% of you say somebody other than Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, or William Byron will win. Keselowski has 28% of those votes, so right now in second place in the vote, getting 11% for William Byron, Chris Buescher at 5% of the votes. Earl Arnold Jr., thanks for tuning in. As far as I saw somebody in the chat say something. Oh yeah, it was Silent Al Scribe. Thank you for tuning in, by the way. He says having the race during 1 p.m. NFL slot is a terrible idea. There's not really any other time that we could have the race today. Talladega doesn't have any lights, so you can't really air it live time or prime time. If you do air prime time, then you're going up against Sunday Night Football, so it's kind of a lose-lose situation this time of the year. Just having NASCAR during NFL, you're going to have it during the 1 o'clock slate. You're going to have it during the 4:30 slate. Like it's gonna bleed into both. It doesn't matter. I mean, unless you just don't run on a Sunday. But then if you run Saturday afternoon, you're competing against college football. So yeah, it's just a lose-lose situation this time of the year for TV ratings. Get the leaderboard back up there for you guys. So Ricky Stenhouse Jr. leading. Again, those fantasy / pre-race prediction drivers that we highlighted. Stenhouse was one of the sleepers, so out in front of the field. The other sleeper picks, Bubba Wallace back at 25th. And then Eric Almirola is in 15th. Right there with his teammate Kevin Harvick. Bubba back there with his team owner, Denny Hamlin. Must-have picks, William Byron still up in the top 10 in 8th place. Right behind him outside the top 10, obviously Chris Buescher back at 26th. Brad Keselowski just in front of him in 22nd. And the don't have picks of Martin Truex Jr. in 20th place for, let's see here. It's hard trying to find everybody because the positions are changing so frequently, obviously at Talladega. Denny Hamlin also outside the top 10 currently in 24th, and Kyle Larson was the other don't have pick in 13th. 2x2 all the way through the field once again with 25 laps to go in stage 1 this time by. Stenhouse leading the field for now. Ryan Preece is leading the charge on the bottom. A lot of Fords on that inside lane, or at least 3 of them. Austin Cindric, Ryan Preece, and Joey Logano trying to work together. Stenhouse able to pull clear. And he actually moves to the bottom in front of Ryan Preece in the middle of 1 and 2. Opens up the outside for Eric Jones in the 43 for Legacy Motor Club. Stenhouse back in front of Jones now trying to control both lanes at once on the back straightaway. Back to the bottom and Preece. Preece is getting shoved at the same time. Almost got a bit sideways down the back straightaway. Headed into turn 3. Stenhouse back to the outside. And I'm sure he'll cut to the bottom if he feels that he has a chance to pull down in front of Ryan Preece off turn 4. Preece not getting enough of a run, at least yet. Stenhouse stays up in that outside groove in the tri-oval. He'll lead another lap at the line. He has now led 6 consecutive laps. Third most of anybody in the first 37 laps of the race. Back to the bottom, and Eric Jones will go with him in front of the 41 of Preece. And now leading the charge on the outside is Austin Cindric in the 2, followed by Ty Dillon and Justin Haley. Third lane forming all the way at the back of the pack. There's about 3 or 4 cars up there right now. Make that a few more pulling up into the outside. Hard to tell who's leading that charge for the moment. Cindric gets very wobbly going into turn 3. After a push from Ty Dillon did not go well for him, and now the top 3 cars on the inside are clear of the outside groove. Third lane continues to charge forward. That bottleneck by that second groove allowed them to move forward a little bit quicker. More cars are now moving off the bottom groove into the second and third lane further back in the pack as well, so the inside is slowly losing some of the numbers. Ty Dillon leads the outside as Cindric pulls down in front of his teammate, Joey Logano, in the bottom groove. So now we'll see if the 77 Spire Motorsports Chevy of Ty Dillon can get to the front. Leading that group of cars. A lot of the Fords still down on the bottom. Most of them have faded towards the middle to the back of the pack. William Byron, middle of the pack, moving from the double yellow line into that second groove. Doesn't have the third lane to his outside yet about where he is on the racetrack. Ty Gibbs right behind Byron in that second lane. 22 laps to go in stage 1. Still awaiting our first green flag pit stop of the race. Big block by Stenhouse at the front of the field on Ty Dillon. It was kind of a half block before moving back down to the bottom. Stenhouse has definitely been the most aggressive driver in trying to throw blocks at the front of the field since he has gotten up there. Haven't seen anybody else really trying to move out of their lane as consistently as Stenhouse has done. Looking back to the outside again, thought better of it, goes back to the bottom. Ty Dillon had too big of a run. And he'll pull to the race lead now and look to get to the inside. And he will do just that. Ty Dillon out in front at Talladega off of turn 4. Justin Haley now is the next car in line. Trying to get to the front of the field. A lot of the Fords on their way to pit road. Cindric, Logano, Blaney, pretty much every Ford in the field is in the pits.
Say probably gas only and a very short stop would be my guess. Dave.
See, I've been monitoring the 12 of Ryan Blaney, and that is the case. Also the same for the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Just fuel, and then get back together and get back in that drafting line.
And Dave, what's been unique with this new car, as you see all these Fords coming to pit road, it's been better actually in smaller groups. Joey Logano going to go fuel only just like his teammate, but Chase Briscoe going with tires back there. So a handful of Fords coming here at lap 40.
We'll see what manufacturer will end up pitting next, what teams will pit next. They're still 3 wide up of the cars that have not yet made their pit stops. And we've got a group of Chevys coming down. A lot of the Hendrick cars are in this time.
Looks like 10, 12, a little bit more chaotic, but once again, no lockups. 3 wide on pit road, Dave.
And the most relaxed man at Talladega, that'd be William Byron, who won last week and put himself into the next round of the playoffs. He'll take fuel only here, Kim.
And for Kyle Larson, he knows what he needs to do here to make things like you see fuel only for Kyle Larson, Marty.
Well, Chastain kind of in the back of this pack for quite a while, but got up front towards this pit stop. Fuel only for him. The pack thunders around the track while the second wave of stops happens.
All fuel only stops to this point through the first 2 groups that have made their way to pit road. Still have all the Toyotas and a few other Chevys that are scraggled in that lead pack. Looks like both of the Fords of Michael McDowell, Todd Gilliland, Riley Herbst, the front row cars still on the track as well. Just a few more cars coming into pit this time. Only 4 of them. They're going to lose a lot of draft with the lack of numbers of cars here.
Continues to lead the group around the track, and he'll start catching up to the other pack, Kim.
You see Ty Dillon right there. A reminder to him, do not speed during these green flag stops. They'll take fuel only.
How many more laps are the drivers up at the front of the field that you see on our leaderboard right now going to stay out? Again, all the Toyotas still out there. The front row Fords as well. And then Corey LaJoy and Carson Hocevar, the only 2 Chevys in that lead pack of cars that have yet to hit pit road. About the top 11 still have to hit the pits. All the Fords are already up to speed, mostly in a single file line, some of them double wide. A lot of the Chevys that had pitted already were mixed into that line with the Fords. They didn't lose much ground, and now the Toyotas are in the pits.
That makes their way onto pit road, Kim.
Including Denny Hamlin, he said no handling issues, but maybe a little dirty with the steering as you see Hamlin getting fuel only on this end of pit road, Marty.
Kim, it used to be that you wanted a huge pack to pit all together. The more cars, the better. But the Toyota teams always were disadvantaged by that. Maybe now with this new car, this can play to their favor. Fuel only for all the Toyota teams. Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., and Bubba Wallace among them. But the pack is going to catch him quick.
The 43 car of Eric Jones came back onto pit road that last time by. I'm not sure if it's a pass-through penalty or what the case is. A couple cars side by side coming off of pit road, headed towards turn one as the field rumbles by. It's like some of the front row cars couldn't get organized there at the back of this pack of Toyotas in front of them as they try to train and get up to speed as quickly as they can. It'll be single file. Christopher Bell at the front of the Toyota line right now, trying to stay in the draft of the double wide traffic out in front of him, and we'll see if they'll be able to hang on and try to work themselves forward. All those Toyotas, though, in the playoffs, for the most part, that are in that group other than Ty Gibbs, and they're in position to potentially not get any stage points unless they can get a run and maybe try to get the third lane moving. The Penske cars working together to get around the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at the front of the field. Austin Cindric, the 2022 Daytona 500 champion, is now out in front with his teammate Ryan Blaney behind him. Stenhouse about fourth in line at the start-finish line. Well, first in line at the bottom, but fourth position-wise at the line after he has led a plethora of laps here in this first stage. The commercial break right now. For those of you that are watching the race live on the NBC network, we'll go through the full field running order following the green flag pit stops here in stage one. Austin Cindric is your race leader. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 0.08 of a second back at the start-finish line in second. Ryan Blaney is third. William Byron fourth. Kyle Busch in fifth. Kyle Larson in sixth. Justin Haley in seventh. Chase Elliott eighth. Daniel Suarez ninth. And Kevin Harvick is 10th. Chase Briscoe in 11th, Ryan Preece in 12th, Ross Chastain 13th, Eric Almirola 14th, Alex Bowman 15th, 16th is Brad Keselowski, AJ Allmendinger in 17th, 18th place is Chris Buescher, Austin Dillon 19th, Harrison Burton 20th, Ty Dillon in 21st, Christopher Bell 22nd, Corey LaJoie 23rd, Joey Logano 24th, Ty Gibbs 25th, Chandler Smith 26th, Martin Truex Jr. 27th, BJ McLeod 28th, Bubba Wallace 29th, and Denny Hamlin is 30th. J.J. Yaley in 31st. Tyler Reddick is 32nd. Todd Gilliland 33rd. 34th place is Michael McDowell. Riley Herbst 35th. Carson Hocevar 36th. Brendan Poole 37th. And Eric Jones in last at 38th. The pass-through penalty for Eric Jones was too many men over the wall, or over the wall too soon, was the penalty there for the pit crew of Eric Jones. So that's why he came back onto pit road. He has nobody to draft with and is probably going to go lap down before the end of this stage. A couple other cars that were not able to keep up with the pack following green flag pit stops. Looks like Carson Hocevar and Brendan Poole were some of those drivers. They may be able to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. If they don't, we might have to have a battle for that free pass position with some of those cars that are not able to draft with the rest of the pack. Over 100 people currently watching. Once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll take you to the end of stage one. On the other side of our break, you're listening live to the YellaWood 500 live commentary stream on the channel. Roughly 40 minutes after the drop of the green flag today, and we are nearly 50 laps into the race. No caution to this point. Average race speed of a blistering fast 186.990 miles per hour. Last lap speed averaged for the race leader of 193.976 miles per hour. And we have seen average speed lap times up over 195 miles per hour so far in the race today. They're back from the commercial break for right now at Talladega. Austin Cindric still leading the bottom. Kyle Busch pushing Stenhouse. Stenhouse gets a bit loose on the back straightaway. That's going to stack up the middle groove. Third lane forming on the outside as well. And that is being led by Daniel Suarez in the 99. So Busch has found his way towards the front of the field. Ryan Blaney and Kyle Busch were 11th and 12th in the point standings coming into the day today. They're both in the top 5 with 13 laps to go in the first stage this time by. Stage points are awarded 1 point per position for the top 10 at the end of each of the first 2 stages of the race. So it'll be interesting to see if those guys can try to capitalize on points. All the drivers are trying to chase above the cutoff line for the most part are outside the top 10, excluding Kyle Larson and William Byron. But Byron, of course, already locked into the next round with the win at Texas a week ago. So Cindric and Blaney, the only 2 Fords at the very front of the field right now. You got those 2 Fords followed by 6 Chevys and then 2 more Fords rounding out the top 10. Highest running Toyota is Ty Gibbs back in 27th. He got the whole line of 6 of them consecutively from 27th through 32nd in the running order. They were trying to train up to that lead pack after cycling off of pit road a little bit behind them. They are still back in the lead pack, but obviously have not made their way through the pack to this point. Cindric and Blaney down on the bottom groove right now. Staying consistent with staying on the double yellow line. Stenhouse trying to get a push again from Kyle Busch down the backstretch. Busch has had some strong runs on the super speedways this season. Of course, Stenhouse won the Daytona 500 earlier this year. And his only other NASCAR season where he had gotten a win, he won 2 races back in 2017, both on super speedways, trying to replicate that history this year with getting a second win on a super speedway in the same season once again. Roles reversed, though, where this time he got his first win at Daytona, and the second would have to be at Dega versus in 2017 he won the Spring Dega race followed by the Summer Daytona race. As soon as Stenhouse had cleared the bottom lane, he pulled down and then right back up in front of Kyle Busch to block again, as we've seen numerous times out of Stenhouse at the front of the field in the first stage. 11 to go right now in stage 1, and Eric Jones is just a couple seconds out ahead of this pack of cars. Bump drafting has gotten a lot more aggressive at the front of both the inside and middle groove of the racetrack. Cars are starting to float around quite a bit more on the back straightaway than what they were prior to the first set of green flag pit stops. Maybe drivers being a little bit more comfortable with the race cars to be more aggressive with the push, and also just being closer to the end of this first stage for those playoff drivers inside the top 10 trying to get all the points. Quite a few playoff drivers just barely on the outside of the top 10 looking in, like Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, and Ross Chastain, all in the top 15, but not quite up inside the top 10 yet. Jones all by himself. About to go a lap down. Brennan Poole, about 9 seconds ahead of him, is going to go a lap down before the end of the stage. And then Hocevar, about a half a track off the lead, also could go a lap down here in the late going of stage 1. Those will be the 3 drivers battling for the free pass position to the end of the stage. Field lapping Jones through turns 3 and 4 currently. Jones staying down on the double yellow line. Everybody races by to the outside. At the line, 9 laps to go now in stage 1 for Austin Cindric. NASCAR nonstop commercial break to this point. Your top 5 at the line. Austin Cindric leading. Make that Ricky Stenhouse Jr. leading that last lap by 0.02 of a second over Austin Cindric in second. 0.08 of a second back was Kyle Busch in third. Ryan Blaney in fourth, 1/10 of a second off the lead, and also 1/10 of a second back is Justin Haley in fifth. Just one car up in that third lane. Nobody going with them. That car will go straight to the back. It looked like it was the 36 of Riley Herbst. Stenhouse side drafting Ryan Blaney aggressively off turn 4. Now waiting to get another shove from Kyle Busch in the 8th. That's exactly what happens in the center of the tri-oval. Stenhouse getting another run onto the outside of Austin Cindric's number 2 to lead that lap by about a half a car length. 8 laps to go now in stage 1 at Talladega. And the Penske Ford's trying to hang on to the end of the stage. Stage points don't really mean much for Stenhouse to this point in the season, being eliminated from the playoffs. Still trying to look for as high of a points paid finish as possible. All the playoff drivers, even if they are eliminated, can still finish as high as 5th in the standings at the end of the year. Once you're eliminated from the playoffs, you just kind of vouch for as many points as you can of the other drivers who are eliminated. And that ranks the 5th through 16th place drivers in the standings at season end. Stenhouse also looking for 3 consecutive top 10 finishes today. Finished 9th at Texas last week, and 2 weeks ago at Bristol finished in 10th place as well. Was on the bottom, but not for very long. Massive shot that Ryan Blaney gave Austin Cindric. Toyota's now in that third lane, starting to move forward, being led by Ty Gibbs in the 54. And he is surging forward right now. Can't tell exactly who's behind him. There's another Toyota behind him. It looks like it may be Tyler Reddick in the 45. 6 to go at the line. We have seen massive crashes on these super speedways in the closing laps of a stage with all the drivers going for the points necessary. It doesn't matter whether it's a regular season or a playoff race. So that's something we definitely have to watch and get into those final 2 to 3 laps of the stage, and that is seemingly where we see accidents take place on these super speedways, especially in the Cup Series over the last several seasons. Stenhouse and Cindric at the front of the field still. Field is also just coming by to lap the 15 of Brennan Poole. He'll go a lap down. 3 wide, trying to get around him. They're going to be 4 wide now in the middle of turns 3 and 4 with that third lane foreman on the outside as they were trying to split around the lap car of Poole. And a few more cars moving into that third lane now in the center of the tri-oval. 5 to go in stage 1. Kyle Busch just slams the back of the 47 car before they work their way into the first turn. Denny Hamlin holding back at the tail end of the field right now. I don't know if he wants anything to do with this. I'd be hanging out a little bit further back than what they are right there, though. It's kind of how we saw some drivers in the Truck Series yesterday get into a late accident when they were trying to hang out at the back of the pack. There's a group of 4 cars that is much further back. That's where I would want to be right now. I wouldn't want to be up in this mess, especially if you're not fighting for any more playoff spots the rest of the season. If you have either been eliminated already or never qualified to begin with, no sense to be up here in this giant pack, this very aggressively bump drafting pack. Stenhouse leads another one at the line. Gibbs in that third lane started to fall back just a little bit that last lap. I think some of that might have been from passing Poole the lap before, and they were just trying to get their momentum back going in the right direction again. Carson Hocevar also towards the tail end of the field right now. Not sure if he's going to go lap down for the end of the stage or not. He's 42 seconds off the lead at the start-finish line that last time by. We only have 3 to go this time by, though, in stage 1. How aggressive will the moves be made if anybody pulls out a line on the final lap or 2 of this first stage? There are 6 playoff drivers inside the top 10 right now, including the 9 of Chase Elliott, who is still vouching for the Owners' Championship with the number 9 car as he sits in the top 10, currently right around 9th place. Now Tyler Reddick is leading the way in the top lane. And the McDonald's Toyota, Truex behind him, but nobody else. The other Toyotas went down to the second groove, and they lost a lot of time. Back straightaway, a few cars pulling out. Chastain thought about doing it, goes back to the middle groove. Another car just in front of him was thinking of doing the same. Looked like it might have been Corey LaJoie. Chris Buescher now up in that third lane on the outside, but they're losing numbers fast. Keselowski trying to get down in front of Eric Almirola. Very tight gap. He'll move up again. Chastain up to block the 6. Back into the middle of the groove right in front of Almirola in the middle of the pack. Cindric leads at the front of the field. 2 to go in the stage. Stenhouse to the outside of the 2 car now for the lead in the middle of the corner. Hocevar a few seconds out ahead of the pack. Will they catch it before the end of the stage? There's another car drafting with Carson Hocevar as well. I can't tell who it is. So this pack is going to be coming up on 2 cars in the final lap and a half of the stage. I believe the 51 of J.J. Yaley up on the outside. He'll go a lap down into the tri-oval. Hocevar is going to go a lap down. Inside lane getting a bit of a pull off the 42. Cindric goes to the outside. Blaney trying to move up as well. It's going to side draft the 47 just a bit. We're on the final lap of Stage 1 at Talladega. Austin Cindric leads the way in turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse still in that middle groove. Third lane is faulted back. Really, nobody is up in the third groove for now. Cindric goes up to block Stenhouse to the outside off turn 2. Byron will push Blaney to the inside of Cindric. Cindric hung out to dry in the middle lane. He's going to get slammed as they try to get a bump draft going there. Busch gets blocked into the wall by Stenhouse on the outside. Chastain into the side of Busch, and around goes the one. He gets hit by another car. No caution is out yet. Now the yellow flag is out, and Ryan Blaney, under the caution, will win Stage 1. Chastain with severe damage to the right side of his race car. They were about 5 wide trying to miss the accident at the back of the pack. After Kyle Busch got blocked into the wall by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chastain tried to get out of harm's way behind Busch, and when he did so, I think he made contact with the 8 car and then lost control going into turn 3. Only a couple cars were collected, and obviously with the most damage was the one of Ross Chastain. Stenhouse blocked Busch. Chastain had really nowhere to go. I mean, he was just trying to get through the mess, and in the process of doing so, he ran into Kyle Busch. Up into the wall he went. How much damage does the 8 have? I mean, everybody basically got through the incident. I'm not sure how much damage Busch is going to have on the right side of his car. And then Christopher Bell, the nose of his car had hit the left front of Chastain's when Chastain was sliding up against the wall on the outside. So he's got some damage. So 3 playoff drivers potentially with damage from this couple car incident on the final lap of Stage 1. And those 3 drivers, again, are Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, and Christopher Bell. With Chastain with the most damage, and that might knock the 1 car out of the race. Eric Jones will get the free pass position at the time of the caution. He'll get back on the lead lap. Hocevar, McLeod, and Poole will still remain a lap down when we start Stage 2, unless they decide to take the wave around, which means that they would have to pit early into the second stage if they were to do that, because they would obviously have less fuel in their car if they were to stay out this time around. Your Stage 1 results, again, Ryan Blaney will win the stage. Huge for him. He came in 11 points below the cutoff line. He wins Stage 1. That's also a playoff point that will carry over through the next round of the playoffs if he does advance through the round of 12. William Byron, second place, pushed him to the win in the stage. Kyle Larson, third. Chase Elliott, fourth. And Alex Bowman fifth. So the 4 Hendrick drivers right behind Blaney at the finish there. Austin Cindric, who got put 3 wide middle in the backstretch, falls to 6th place in the stage. Justin Haley, 7th. Kevin Harvick, 8th. Joey Logano, 9th. And Ryan Preece rounds out the top 10, all receiving stage points here to start today's race. Was a big hit for the 1. A lot of damage at the right front of that race car. Tony Meows, thanks for tuning in. What happened to Jones? He had a pit road penalty during the green flag stops. His crew was over the wall too soon, so he had to come back down for a pass-through penalty. That's why he went a lap down. But he is back on the lead lap with the free pass now at the end of Stage 1. And then the other 3 cars that were lapped down just lost the lead draft following the green flag pit stops. And that is where we sit right now through the first stage of the race. NASCAR Vintage 17, Easy Network, Ethan Chua. Thanks for tuning into the stream. Frank Powers, welcome into the stream. Sorry if I didn't shout some of you guys out. I'm having troubles trying to scroll back up the leaderboard just a little bit. And we'll be having some pit stops here during this Stage 1 break, I'd have to imagine. So let's listen into the broadcast.
Let's go places. And by Chewy. Stop at Chewy for everyday great prices on pet essentials. Let's take another look and listen in to what happened with the 47 here in front of Kyle Busch.
You hear right there as the engine starts to stumble. You see the hand out the window. Look, we're hearing it on the radio that the 47 ran out of gas. So, I mean, he was only on pit road for 4.7 seconds. Gas only stopped. They must not have got enough in. That makes sense of why he's dropping back so far. The car's still running on idle around at slow speed, but at wide open throttle at full fuel demand. You need a lot of fuel pressure. 47 runs out and causes the first big wreck.
Ryan Blaney's on pit road, Steve, and he wants 4 fresh Goodyear tires and fuel. Also, William Byron wants that too. Byron wants to know where the energy is, what's going in his gas tank, as well as he wants that information, Kim.
No major complaints from teammates Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott on the bottom of your screen. Cliff Daniels telling Kyle exactly what happened to those other playoff cars, getting a bigger picture for tires and enough fuel for both of those teammates. Marty.
Kim, I can confirm what Steve just reported. Stenhouse came on after that incident in the 47 car and said the car did stumble on him, but he is out there right now. The other situation is Christopher Bell, playoff driver. They have pretty significant right front damage on the 20 car for Christopher Bell. They're trying to get that fixed up, but they are on the clock, the DVP clock for Christopher Bell and his race team to get those repairs done.
Harrison Burton wins the race off pit road. He was the only driver that did not take tires. Everybody else replacing tires for the first time today. All 4. Ryan Blaney won the race off pit road of those that did change tires that time by, so he'll be in second alongside his affiliated Wood Brothers teammate. Once again, appreciate everybody tuning in this afternoon. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. If you guys have not yet, we're on the road to 5,000 subs on the channel. Trying to get there before the end of the season. That was the preseason goal. We are getting closer, so definitely hit that subscribe button if you guys have not done so yet. 63% of viewers over the last 28 days on the channel are not subscribed, so appreciate you guys tuning back in every Sunday, every Saturday, Sunday for these NASCAR races throughout the weekend, Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series. Live commentary streams, the NASCAR Thunder 04 career mode live streams we've been doing during the week as well. Appreciate everybody tuning in for those. Just be sure that you hit that subscribe button as you do so as well. Our goal for today was 150 likes coming in. That's what it usually is for these Cup Series races. So again, 150 likes is our goal there, as we're about a third of the way through the race and we're over a third of the way to our goal. So we're on pace for right now, but run that up just a little bit more. As you heard, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., it wasn't really a bad block on Kyle Busch. He just kind of went high trying to get out of the way. Busch followed him, was trying to make a pass on him. Stenhouse got sideways, obviously, so he was stumbling on gas there to the end of the race. So some fuel pickup issues or something for Stenhouse. Maybe didn't get enough fuel in the car. During the wave of green flag stops, we had about 2/3 of the way through that first stage. Stage 2 will be 60 laps in length, just like that first stage. And again, the final stage will be 68 laps in length as well. Waiting for our leaderboard to update exactly on who will be up at the very front of the field following the the pit stops during the stage break. Sharita Cooper also, thanks for tuning in. Saw Rowdy Bush in the chat as well. Scotty Dingus, thanks for tuning in. Daniel Powers. What else we have here? JoJo, Sid for Brains, welcome to the stream. Monsters Eggman. Thanks for tuning in. Wild race today at the Talladega Super Speedway so far. 3 wide. 2 and 3 wide definitely for the whole race, and 3 wide for, I'd say, a good portion of that first stage. Lap 4, they started going 3 wide, and they ran 3 wide for a good 20 laps or so for that outside lane. Started to dissipate in numbers just a little bit. And you saw them trying to make a charge in the final couple laps of the stage as well. A lot of the Toyotas were up there trying to get track position that they had lost during green flag pit stops.
Where it can be seen all around the track. And at the YellaWood Pit Road Club, it gets fans up close and personal to the action from the best view in the house right on pit road. That is one good-looking car. Drivers, take us through this wreck again at the end of stage 1.
Well, you can see the end of stage 1 is coming, so everybody's getting aggressive. Chastain jumped to that outside line trying to get some stage points. 47 runs out of gas. Busch is pushing him, and then they just all run out of room. You know, you just don't anticipate the 47 slowing down at that rate. Just think about that happening.
Also think about the choice that Chastain makes going down the back straightaway to not stay in the middle line. He saw an opportunity. He thought it was a great chance to maybe steal a few points or drive his way into that top 10. So he makes that decision mid straightaway, sees that outside line for him, and he's going to jump up there thinking this is the right thing to do.
Yeah, Christopher Bell, you see him right there. Chastain comes back across the racetrack. Big impact on that 20 car. They've been on pit road working on it. Riding along again, listen.
And your fuel switch means 820 your boost. Yeah, 820.
You saw Ricky put his hand out the window. Right? And the reason he did that is he's like, man, I got a problem. Like, I can't, there's nothing I can do. He's just trying. It's almost like a brake light. You know, it's like hand out the window. Hey, man, you see I'm having a problem. There's no way I can get out of your way. Dave.
Ross Chastain's one from the care center. What's the level of frustration? Because you were making an outside move that was going to be a positive, and then that all happened.
It's just the way it goes, Dave. Nothing personal with it. I don't take any of this personal here. You know, could have stayed bottom a few laps earlier, probably been safer. Just kind of had a couple cars land in my lap there, and I went for the gap. I mean, obviously, I wish I would have lifted now, but study that and be better next time.
You face the Roval next week. How's that going to go?
Lefts and rights, and living my dream. So whatever whatever our team whatever we bring next week, we'll put our best foot forward. And as long as I'm getting to drive these rocket ships that Trackhouse brings me, living my dream, and we'll keep fighting.
Marty?
Dave, back to the Ricky Stenhouse Jr. situation. A lot happened very quickly. He unpacked it for crew chief Mike Kelly. He said he ran out of fuel. He went for the reserve switch, but see, when he flipped it, the car stumbled even more once that happened, and that's really what kind of started that whole wreck.
It's interesting, Rick. For sure, the 47 had some sort of fueling issue, and in the end, it stacked them all up.
Stage points.
Ryan Blaney and Chase Elliott will be on the front row for the restart this time. Blaney, the control car. All the Hendrick Chevys up towards the front of the field after finishing 2nd through 5th in Stage 1. 3 of them are on the outside, though. Byron takes the inside of row 2, right behind Blaney, splitting up the Penske Fords with Logano behind the 24. Back to racing in the second stage right now. The 24 pushing the 12 quite a ways out ahead of the pack right now. Blaney clear off turn 2. He's going to stay on the bottom, outside a lot more coordinated on the back straightaway, and now Elliott is going to get to the lead into turn 3. First time Chase Elliott's been out in front of the field in today's race. Kyle Larson staying with him, and Alex Bowman again in that third row of cars on the outside. Blaney went up the track a bit to side draft the 9. That left rear corner panel in the center of the corner. That drug Elliott's line back. Blaney then got away. Tried to get a push from the 24, but off the exit of the corner. Elliott coming right back for Blaney again, and Chase will lead that lap at the line. By 16 one-thousandths of a second over Ryan Blaney, he led that last lap. A lot of dancing around going on there in the middle of the corner, very tightly. The top and the bottom lane staying door to door with one another. Speeds of about 200 miles per hour in the middle of the pack. The fastest lap on our lap time sheet of the day. Average race speed for Todd Gilliland, or average lap speed, for Todd Gilliland ran a 197.130 miles per hour. I believe that is the fastest average lap speed we've seen in the draft so far today. I don't see another 197 mile an hour lap time at all. We might see that earlier in the run now. Here in Stage 2, somebody could potentially break that, considering that these guys have fresher tires now. So a little bit more grip than what they had right at the end of Stage 1. Third lane Foreman back there already once again. You have to see exactly who is leading the charge. I think I saw Martin Truex Jr. was the second car in line. I'm not sure who he was pushing exactly. Like it might have been one of the RFK Fords. Actually, no, it is Stenhouse. He was at the back after stumbling out of gas, but no major damage to his race car, so he continues on. You heard from Chastain, who had pulled into the garage. He's done for the day. He was the only one to DNF from that incident, leaving 34 cars on the lead lap. J.J. Yaley in the 51 car lost the lead draft off this restart, so he's going to be in danger of going a lap down in a handful of laps as well. And there are 3 cars 1 lap down in this lead pack right now, trying to get into the free pass position either to the end of stage 2 or the next caution for incident, whatever comes next. The only incidental caution so far through the first 70 laps of this race at the start-finish line was that last lap crash of stage 1 into turn 3, taking out Ross Chastain from the race. Now, Christopher Bell's got significant damage, but still runs in this lead pack, currently in 30th. At the line, Chase Elliott going to lead another lap. It was Elliott and Blaney who battled in the fall race last season in a photo finish in which Chase Elliott got his second career win at Talladega, advancing him to the round of 8 at that time. Eventually went on to the championship for Phoenix with a 4th place finish in the point standings a season ago. Had the most wins last year. No wins so far this season, trying to get a win before the season's up. He missed 7 races, 6 due to injury, and then 1 due to a suspension in the early going of the season. And obviously, again, still fighting for the Owners' Championship, so a win for Elliott today would move that 9 team into the round of 8 for the Owners' title. Not sure exactly where he sat in points coming into the day for the Owners' Championship, but obviously a win would automatically advance. He wouldn't even have to worry about points going into the Roval next week for that side of things. Blaney has been going up off that bottom group just a little bit to side draft Chase Elliott, but it looks like Elliott is going to pull clear of Ryan Blaney in the center of the corner. And that keeps the inside line right there in time. I think the big thing, he just doesn't want the 9 and the 5 to clear and move down in front of him. It looks like that's what they were trying to do that time as they worked their way down the backstretch. Lap car of Yaley staying to the outside. He'll go a lap down. Everybody else racing by to the bottom. Larson locking bumpers into the tri-oval with Chase Elliott. They're both clear of Ryan Blaney this time, and they'll move to the bottom. That's what they tried to do in the back straightaway, but Larson couldn't get clear of the 12 when the 9 was, so the 9 didn't move down yet. They stayed to the top for another half a lap, and that time they were able to clear and move down in front of the 12 of Blaney. And now Alex Bowman leading the outside lane with help from Austin Cindric. So the Penske and the Hendrick cars kind of splitting with each other on the outside and the inside lanes, and we'll see if Bowman can try to pull clear ahead of the Hendrick duo at the front of the field in the 5 and the 9 and try to get 3 of them in line at once. And then, of course, William Byron also in that inside groove right behind the 12 of Ryan Blaney, so he's up there around his teammates. In fact, all 3 Penske cars and all 4 Hendrick cars are inside the top 10. They're just not all connected with one another. In contention, but not all coordinated. Bowman had a huge pole, did not lead that lap at the line, but now he'll lead the charge into turn 1. Not quite clear yet of some of the cars around him. Side by side for the race lead still between the 48 and the 9. Bowman also has not won this season, missed a few races due to injury from a sprint car crash earlier in the year. He missed 3 points races, including the All-Star race weekend as well. And also did not qualify for the drivers' playoffs. Chase Elliott and Alex Bowman were the only 2 Hendrick cars to miss the playoffs this season. The other 2 still going of Byron and Larson. And we're both above the cutoff line going into this race. Again, Byron locked into the round of 8. And Kyle Larson was just a 2-point buffer, but finishing 3rd in stage 1, getting himself 8 stage points, has helped Larson's case to try to have a good points day at Talladega if he can continue to stay out of trouble and continue on in the top 5 as he has done so far. Bowman is clear. He'll pull to the bottom lane off turn 2 in front of his teammates of Elliott and Larson as expected. Cindric going to lead the outside lane now. Elliott to push the 48 of Bowman on the bottom. And Austin Cindric trying to get back out in front once again today. He was leading towards the end of stage 1 before getting freight trained there on that final lap. Tried to pull up the block Stenhouse at the time and ended up getting put 3 wide middle. Lost 5 positions in the last half a lap. Finished 6th in the stage, still has the track position. He's got some Fords behind him. Kevin Harvick up in contention for the lead for the first time today, as well as Almirola and Ryan Preece right behind him. Full screen commercial break for those of you watching on your local NBC affiliate today. Appreciate everybody tuning in to this live stream of the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. We'll go through the full field running order here on lap 74 of the race. Austin Cindric was scored your race leader at the start-finish line that last time by. Alex Bowman is second, Kevin Harvick third, Chase Elliott fourth, Eric Almirola in fifth, Kyle Larson in sixth place, Ryan Preece seventh, Ryan Blaney eighth, Corey LaJoie ninth, William Byron in 10th. Kyle Busch in 11th, Joey Logano in 12th, Eric Jones 13th, Ty Gibbs 14th, Ty Dillon in 15th, Justin Haley 16th, Tyler Reddick 17th, Austin Dillon in 18th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 19th, Chandler Smith 20th. 21st place is Martin Truex Jr., Harrison Burton 22nd, Christopher Bell 23rd, Michael McDowell 24th, Brad Keselowski in 25th, Todd Gilliland 26th, AJ Allmendinger 27th, Chase Briscoe 28th, Bubba Wallace 29th, Daniel Suarez in 30th, Chris Buescher in 31st, Denny Hamlin 32nd, Riley Herbst is 33rd. 34th place, first car lap down, is Carson Hocevar. 35th, BJ McLeod, Brennan Poole 36th, JJ Yaley 2 laps down now in 37th, and Ross Chastain, the only driver out of the race, in 38th. He'll get 1 point for his finishing position. Came into this race above the cutoff line. More than likely, that will not be the case going into the Roval for the elimination race at the round of 12 next week. We'll take an ad break here on the channel. Be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll continue our live flag-to-flag coverage shortly. $119 votes have been casted so far in the poll for who you think will win. Other leading the charge by a lot, just as we saw during our Truck Series poll yesterday, but we'll still leave the poll open until the end of Stage 2, which will be lap 120. Also, don't forget that the fantasy lineup ends up locking at the end of Stage 2 as well, so we have about 50 or so laps, or less than that now, to lock in your starting lineup, your starting 5 for the Fantasy League. 26% of you say Brad Keselowski's going to win, 11% with William Byron, and 3% saying Chris Buescher, who has been running outside the top 20 for most of the early going of the race today. Alex Bowman and Austin Cindric continue to battle for the race lead at the very front of the field. Spotlight drivers and where they run in the early going of Stage 2. Currently of the must-have picks, William Byron up in 9th place as of right now. The other two of Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher outside the top 10, hanging at the back with Chris Buescher in 31st, Brad Keselowski 27th. The sleeper picks for today's race, Eric Almirola back up in the top 10 to 4th. Also, Bubba Wallace is hanging out towards the back of the pack, currently in 30th. And the other sleeper pick would have been Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's back up to 15th after leading quite a few laps in the first stage. Don't have picks as of right now. Look to be outside the top 10, at least, of Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin. Truex is in 20th, Denny Hamlin 32nd, riding around at the back over a second off the lead as well. And then Kyle Larson, the only one of which in the top 10, as he currently sits in 7th with 110 laps to go in the race. Christopher Bell still able to maintain his positioning in the pack with the damage to the nose of the car, as he is in 23rd. The top 25 positions all within exactly 1 second, even at the start-finish line that last time by. We're forming back into 3x3 racing all of a sudden here, as well as Eric Jones is getting a massive push on the outside from the free pass position at the end of the first stage. Now to the lead for Eric Jones into turns 3 and 4. He's got Ricky Stenhouse Jr. pushing him from behind, who is leading. Then at the back to begin Stage 2, back towards the front of the field again for Stenhouse. Looks to have a very strong car here today. And it looks like at the start-finish line this time by, it'll be Eric Jones leading his first lap of the day by inches over Alex Bowman.
Tools in the toolbox today. Even after the pit road penalty, Eric Jones running up front here in that 43, having a good day. 3 distinct lines, and we had mentioned that earlier the Toyotas were talking about not making that third line work for them, but it is working right now for the 43 of Eric Jones, the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on that outside.
Yeah, Eric Jones went a lap down and got it back, and now he's drove this car back up into the lead or toward the lead. Think about what this team's done in the last 5 weeks. This organization with the 43 and the 42 had a tough year, not been strong. Up until about 5 weeks ago, whatever they've done, they flipped the switch. I talked to the crew chiefs on this team. They really don't know there's one specific thing they've done to get better. It's a lot
the little things that have sort of improved his team at every racetrack. Last week in Texas, Eric Jones, many times during the race, the best car on the racetrack, had an opportunity to win, and now running well again today at Talladega.
Artisano on board there, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Let's take a look at the progressive telemetry for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Again, ran out of gas right at the end of stage one.
You see what he has to do now. He's behind that 43, wants to push him, but he also has to time those pushes. Can't go up there and hit him really hard. Watch what's going to happen right here. He's going to get momentum. Right, gets momentum, eases up to the 43. Can't quite get to him. There he goes, right there. See, he got to go off the gas just a little bit. If he hadn't have done that, he would have hit him really hard and possibly spun him out. So you want to get there, but the timing of it and the speed at which you approach is really important.
One thing that's also happened is that outside line got up toward the front. They started fighting and side drafting a little bit with the middle line. That drug them both back. Now the outside line is fading a little bit. The inside line moving forward again. Trying to get back up and match that inside line. So when that third group gets to the top, everybody sort of starts side drafting off of each other. And that inside line prevailed.
Morning.
Hey, Rick, so we saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr. earlier, and Steve, I want to bring you in on this conversation. They ran out of fuel, then they went to the reserve switch, and they had a stumble there. So if you're Mike Kelly, the crew chief for Stenhouse, is that a concern for the rest of the race moving forward or not?
Well, for sure, if you can't figure out exactly what happened, we went back and looked up the in-car camera. He hit the switch about to start finish line and ran out of gas on the backstretch. That reserve, remember Chase Elliott tried to run a 2-on back of Walkett's lid, couldn't do it. But one lap at Talladega should absolutely be no problem. So the issue is, if the rest of the field has this warning sign and you don't, how quick can you be on this next pit stop? Because the whole field is going to pit again, and the majority are all going to take gas only. So can you be as aggressive as the next if you don't think you have that warning sign and that safety reserve? Something in the system seems to be amiss for Ricky Stenhouse.
Well, you can see it at once, right, Jim?
Yeah, that's right. But you can see how that outside lane looked like it gained about 15 rows in one lap, and that was all because that inside and middle lane, they had to start lifting a little bit. They were getting into each other in the corners. They had to lift, kind of gather themselves up, and it just made these guys look like they were going 200 miles an hour faster. Just some of the runs that you get had nothing to do with what you did. You were in the right place at the right time, and the other guys had to start lifting, and that's why that outside line was not working for a while, and then all of a sudden it just worked in a lap because those guys had to start lifting off the throttle. And now here they are in the lead.
Now they're going to dive down to the bottom of the racetrack. Stenhouse is going to take Eric Jones down in front of the Hendrick cars.
How about Michael McDowell, that the 34 on the outside line now?
He's going to need some help to stay there, Rick. He's got his teammates behind him. But how many other cars do they need to be in the outside line? They got a few out there almost in the wall.
34 of Michael McDowell looking very strong up front here, Dave.
Yeah, two teammates there today. Todd Gilliland, the 38, the 36 is Riley Herbst. And you know they want to win if they can today. Travis Peterson, his crew chief, told me, if we can help a Ford that's still in the playoffs do the right things here, we will. But not to our detriment. We want to win if we can get it.
Well, front row is looking pretty strong. And I say that as far as the organization. Take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap. It's Todd Gilliland who turned the fastest lap, averaging 197.130 miles per hour on lap 47. Frustration in the voice there a little bit. Can't get to it. Now coming up on slower car here. That was the 38 of Gilliland. Eric Jones takes the 43 and moves that inside line just above the slower car.
We're going to be a little four-wide action down the back straightaway for the field.
Just one inside. 2 rows back to the outside lane. 1 in front here. 1 in front.
Eric Jones on the inside, Austin Cindric down the middle, and on the outside, Michael McDowell leading at Talladega.
Front row cars up at the front of the field of Michael McDowell and Todd Gilliland. Shades of 2013 spring race right now for him as McDowell leads the way. Todd Gilliland, again, is a tenth of a second back in second, as well as Austin Cindric in third, Riley Herbst in fourth, Kevin Harvick 0.2 of a second back in fifth, Eric Jones in sixth place, Tyler Reddick in seventh, Eric Almirola in eighth, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 0.3 of a second back in ninth, and Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. That is your top 10 running order as of this point in Stage 2. We're at lap 86 of 188 overall, so a little bit over 100 laps to go still to this point in the race. And that is where we stand. 75 likes on the stream. We're halfway to our goal of 150 and just shy of the halfway mark in the race. So be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet so we get to our goal of 150 likes before the end of the stream. And also, again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't yet as well. Villanor, thanks for tuning in. Gilliland and McDowell, fastest laps today. Yep. And now they're up at the front of the field, so showing some more of the speed that the Blue Ovals have had throughout the course of the race. We'll take a quick ad break, and then we will, of course, continue on with our live commentary coverage. Once again, continue the flag-to-flag coverage of the YellaWood 500 at Talladega here shortly. Just over half of the second stage still remains. Average race speed to this point at a fast 172.26 miles per hour. Riley Herbst up to the front of the field, leading that last lap at the line. We have seen a ton of leaders, a ton of lead changes to this point in the race. You can see a number of lead changes we have had so far today. It's been quite a few. Let's get a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to try to count these all real quick. We have had 14 different drivers lead at least one lap in the race today. Let's see. It's like 28 plus 14. We're sitting at 36 lead changes so far in the race today, if I do my math correct. 34 lead changes up to this point in the race. Crazy stuff has been going on here today at Talladega. We'll probably be seeing some green flag pit stops coming up at some point in time pretty soon. Still 3 wide from about really 11th or 12th on back. Not as many cars in that third lane anymore. Daniel Suarez still trying to lead the charge up there. He's been in that third lane a lot for the early going of the race today. Riley Herbst in that second groove, trying to lead at the front of the field. All 3 front row cars are up there. That 36 is a third front row entry that has ran part of the schedule throughout the season. We've seen Zane Smith in that car and even Riley Herbst now in that car here for this race as well. Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace, the 2311 Toyotas right in line behind the rookie Herbst. Making, I believe, his second Cup start of the season. I think the only other race he ran, if I'm not mistaken, was Daytona, and that was actually in the Rick Ware Racing number 15 car, I believe, in that race. Led some laps there, leading laps here today. Looking pretty strong. 2 Fords, a Toyota, followed by a Ford and a Chevy in the top 5. And then 6th through 10th is a Toyota again, followed by a Ford, Chevy, and 2 Fords. For the manufacturer alliance side of things. Seen waves of cars up at the front of the field with Chevys and Toyotas kind of flip-flopping. The Toyotas have been pretty... Chevys and Fords, I should say, the Toyotas have been pretty split apart most of the day today. The only time they seem to all be together in one line is when they're towards the back of the pack or obviously coming onto pit road at the same time. But within the pack, we've seen them pretty separated for most of this race today, and that's kind of the case now. We see the Ford Joe Gibbs Toyotas 19th through 22nd, but then the 2311 Toyotas are up inside the top 5 contending for the race lead. Michael McDowell going to control both lanes now as he moves to the outside, quickly back down to the bottom as he might not have realized the 36 had as much of a run as he did going into the first turn. And Michael McDowell once again getting pushed now off of turn 2 by his teammate Todd Gilliland as the front row cars try to gridlock up at the front of the field. Point standings as they run, fluctuating every given lap, considering how many changes in position there are that goes on a lap-by-lap basis at Talladega. Big corner speed at about 189 miles per hour most of the way through 3 of 4 for Wallace in that outside lane. And the 36 is going to work his way to the start-finish line and lead yet another lap. And he does pull to the bottom in front of his front-row teammates. So now all 3 front-row Motorsport Fords are on the double yellow line, leading the charge on the bottom groove. And the 2311 Toyota is now up on the outside of Reddick and Wallace, trying to lead the charge in that lane, followed by Daniel Suarez. Actually, Suarez has, it looks like Kevin Harvick and Austin Cindric up in front of him now. Few of those SHR4s are in the outside lane, and a quick charge being had now as Wallace gives the 45 a great push down the back straightaway. It's weird seeing Reddick in the McDonald's colors, not Bubba Wallace. Especially Talladega. I feel like usually Wallace is in the McDonald's car, and Reddick is not, but Reddick's got the McDonald's scheme today. Try not to get confused with that going forward. Seen a lot of bum drafting. We haven't really seen it gone wrong up to this point. And we have completed nearly 100 laps in this race. We're exactly halfway home. 94 laps down, 94 still to go. And the only caution was on the final lap of stage 1. And the only car out of the race with significant damage was Ross Chastain. And the only other cars that had damage in that crash were Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell. And they're still in the middle of the pack and able to hold on with Bell in 19th and Kyle Busch in 24th. They're obviously able to at least maintain speed in the pack. I don't know that with the hole in the right front fender of the 20 car of Christopher Bell, if he is going to be able to lead the charge in one of the lanes necessarily. We'll see. Reddick to the outside for the lead. Zane Smith went up to try to block. He did get up in front of him, but then Reddick had another run and pulls to the race lead at the line that last time by, creating another lead change. I believe that was the first lap Reddick has been able to lead so far today. Once again, gridlocked all the way through the field, 2 by 2, as we have seen nothing but side-by-side or 3-wide racing for pretty much all 96 laps to this point in the race. Kind of hard to distinguish who has had the fastest car in the race today. There's been quite a few different drivers that lead that outside line up to the lead, and then when they get 1 or 2 cars clear of the bottom, they move into the bottom, and the next man up in the outside is able to lead the charge still and back to the lead again, and it's just kind of a rotation of drivers. We haven't seen one driver consistently get up to the front and stay up there, other than potentially Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but he was throwing a lot of blocks. We haven't really seen a lot of other drivers move from top to bottom consistently outside of Cindric on that last lap of the last stage. It didn't work out well for him. Stenhouse at least was able to block consecutively for a long period of time, enough so that he has actually led the second most laps in the race today. That make that the third most laps in the race today, only behind Cindric and Logano, and he actually had the second most laps led in stage 1. Cindric didn't eclipse Stenhouse's lap led total until the middle going here of stage 2. So we saw the field pit right around 20-ish laps to go, give or take, in the last stage. And right now we are at 23 laps to go in stage 2, this time by at the line. So I would not be shocked if we see green flag pit stops within the next few laps. Having the caution laps at the beginning of this stage, obviously with the stage split, having the caution there, they might be able to go into the teens before pitting. But even still, I don't see them going longer than 6 or 7 laps before we see our first drivers trying to come down. We didn't see any incidents happen, any sliding of the tires during the first wave of green flag stops early in the day, and hopefully they can get on and off of pit road cleanly this time as well. No practice at all for these teams this weekend, so Great job by those teams trying to get on and off of pit road as cleanly as they did that first time. We'll see if they can do it again. Nobody waving onto pit road. Reddick and Herbst remain at the front of the field. Big push by McDowell into the tri-oval. Backs off just a little bit. 36 is all clear at the start-finish line. McDowell's front bumper actually still ahead of Reddick at the line. Reddick getting the push now from Wallace into turn 1. And again, trying to get that surge of momentum on the outside. McDowell up to side draft Reddick just a little bit in the middle of the corner. That keeps him back and allows the 36 to still stay clear off of turn 2. Third lane forming further at the back of the pack. Denny Hamlin leading the charge. Few other cars just behind him moved up. Hamlin saw that. He moved up. Ryan Preece moves up at a very high rated speed, coming Hamlin into the back of the 41 to push. Now Ryan Preece towards the front of the field. Surprise Preece made that move. His other SHR Fords did not go with him and remain in that second groove. Preece trying to lead the third lane now. Just in the back half of the top 10 is Ryan Preece as they head to another commercial break with 21 laps to go in Stage 2. Yet to see these teams make a pit stop at all in this stage. And as it is a full-screen commercial break, take a look at the top 10 at the start-finish line that last time by. Once again, Riley Herbst out in front. 58 one-thousandths of a second ahead of, Tyler Reddick actually led that lap at the line. Bubba Wallace in second. 58 one-thousandths of a second was the difference at the start-finish line that last time by. 900ths of a second back was Michael McDowell in third. Ryan Preece a tenth of a second back in fourth. Todd Gilliland, behind Ryan Preece in fifth. Denny Hamlin, 0.2 of a second off the lead in sixth. Austin Cindric in seventh. Kyle Busch up to eighth place, 0.3 of a second off the lead. Riley Herbst in ninth. And 0.4 of a second back in 10th place is Kevin Harvick. So again, that is your top 10 just prior to our second stage green flag pit stops, which will be coming up very, very soon. And we'll stay right here with our live commentary coverage up to 36 lead changes now in the race and counting lap by lap. So it continues to change. Or 212 mile per hour average of 4 laps. Was it 4 laps or was it still 2 at that time? I didn't know NASCAR did 4 lap averages for qualifying. I know that was back in the mid-'80s, but even still, I was unaware that was the case. Let you listen into the coverage when they come back from the break here, so that way get to hear any adjustments that might be made for any of your favorite drivers in the field when they make their pit stops. It's like Denny Hamlin is now taking over the race lead at lap 102 at the site of the commercial break right now. Front row car still up inside the top 10. Hamlin moved up, but the other 3, Joe Gibbs Toyota, still back from 30th on worse, so Hamlin got up there, nobody else was able to, and now Denny Hamlin leads for the first time this afternoon.
YellaWood 500 from Talladega Super Speedway. As we take a look at the Toyota driver updates, the veterans have shuffled out the rookie in Riley Herbst and pushed him back quite a bit, but that brings Denny Hamlin up to the front. Tyler Reddick's running 6th, Bubba Wallace is 8th. Ty Gibbs 30th, and Mark Truex Jr. is 31st, as now we see Michael McDowell once again surging ahead for the lead as he takes that inside line and tries to make something of it, but working together is the 8th of Kyle Busch and the 11 of Denny Hamlin, and there's the information here from Denny trying to convey a message.
He's way out front, too. Got to be able to defend as the rest of the field runs up on him.
This, I believe, is going to start the first wave. I've seen a couple of hands out the window. It looked like Bubba Wallace had a hand out the window going into turn 1. I don't know if that was a thanks for letting me in line or I'm coming to pit road. We're right on board with Bubba again. 2 hands on the wheel now, so maybe it wasn't a sign to pit.
Denny's chose to go to the bottom. Got all that help from Kyle Busch to get up there now. Down in front of this 34 car, McDowell. Kyle Busch looking to the outside of Denny Hamlin.
Stay on track this time.
Yep.
There was just a hey when you think, I guess. Hey, thanks, appreciate it.
Brad Keselowski's worked his way up into the top off as well. He's going to be tasked with trying to push Kyle Busch into the lead in that number 6 car. We haven't seen Brad all day long up front. We talked about just a couple of playoff drivers in the top 15. Now we've got several that worked their way into the top 6, top 7 positions.
Co-owner Michael Jordan on top of the box for 23-11. The 11, by the way, is leading the race on the inside right now.
Here comes a good push from Brad Keselowski. He's going to get that 8 car almost into the lead. Side by side with Denny Hamlin. Kyle Busch, who was in the wall at the end of stage 1. Now battling at the front of the pack. Here comes a bunch of cars down pit road here.
First wave of green flag stops here in stage 2, and a big lockup there by Bubba Wallace. Dave.
Rick, the word goes out to these drivers, don't slide your tires, because the idea is to not change any tires. Fuel only here for Tyler Reddick, Kim.
Denny Hamlin already completed his stop. Fuel only also for the 11 car Denny Hamlin. Marty?
Bubba Wallace, fuel only. Booty Barker just told him 4 seconds is all we need here. Just 15 to go here in stage 2, Rick.
So we'll see a 4.1 second fuel stop for Bubba Wallace.
And you mentioned that left front tire slid on entry. We don't know if there's any damage to it. They didn't think it was bad enough to change tires. So now the Toyotas, who were the last to pit road the first time, or the first to pit road this time, we'll see. It looks like a next wave. Oh, Denny Hamlin, too fast entering. You see the penalty in the pylons, and the 11 of Denny Hamlin, a playoff driver, will have to make a pass through as now we see the Fords on pit road, Dave.
You see the 6 of Brad Keselowski weaving his way over. He'll get fuel only. Wait for the call from the crew chief. He's got it.
And for Austin Cindric, he said he fired up good, but just a little bit free. They are done with their service on pit road, Marty.
Interesting for the RFK cars. They were back outside the top 20 camp, but then stormed their way to the front at the very end of stage 2 right here. Busher pits from the top 5 as the rest of the pack still on the track.
We saw this before, waves. It was 4 different waves that came the first time for green flag pit stops. Now, will this big group break up? Or will they come together? It looks like they're going to all try to come together this time. Dave.
Yeah, breaking up is hard to do when you were doing this at Talladega. The 8 of Kyle Busch will come in. Also fuel only the 24 of William Byron. He'll be on pit road for gas only.
2 speeding as well. Kim.
And for Kyle Larson, no issues with the handling on that Chevrolet, Marty.
And Kim, an interesting relationship has formed on the racetrack with Eric Jones and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. A little contact there between the 9 and the 5 leaving pit road. They wanted to pit together. They have worked together so well today. The 2 independent teams trying to keep it together. They just now pit. Here comes the pack, Rick.
And so overtaking is at 6 of Brad Keselowski. And there's the pass through by Denny Hamlin for too fast entering pit road just moments ago. Also mentioned the 2 of Austin Cindric with a speeding penalty. And now the pack trying to build back up again. Austin Dillon out in front. Kyle Busch. The RCR cars have gotten nose to tail.
Third groove starting up as well. Looks like Bubba Wallace in the 23. Jumping into that top line. Big push from the 8 into the back of the 3 there, teammates. Trying to get that inside line momentum built up. There you see Bubba Wallace getting a block there from Eric Jones in the 43.
Less than 12 laps to go in stage 2. And again, stage points paid at the end of this stage. Keselowski, one of the playoff drivers, as well as Blaney, already up inside the top 10. Busch as well.
See the 2 car hand out the window. He's got a pit for a sort of penalty.
So Cindric is going to peel off and come down pit road, but it's Brad Keselowski out in front at Talladega.
3 wide at the back of the pack, trying to work their way forward. Brad Keselowski cycles to the lead following green flag pit stops that have just taken place. Your top 5 at the line that last time by holds Brad Keselowski in the lead, Austin Dillon second, Kyle Busch third, Corey LaJoie in fourth, and Joey Logano in fifth place. So again, that is the top 5 following green flag pit stops. Single file for the front 3 cars. First car in the outside lane is Joey Logano, mounting a charge now as he tries to close in just a little bit on that of the RCR cars on the bottom, as well as Brad Keselowski in the 6 up at the front of the field. Logano gained about 4 car lengths on that backstretch headed into turn 3, and enough so to also clear the 6. He pulled to the bottom and then moves back to the top. In doing so, Keselowski fills the bottom back up and will lead that lap at the line over Austin Dillon. And Kyle Busch, who again remain in that bottom lane, staying consistent and staying hooked with the back of the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Keselowski's teammate Chris Buescher has still really not been up in contention for most of this race today. He's still back in 13th place trying to work himself forward. Haven't really seen him in the top 10 at all yet. Six in the 22, door to door. Reminiscent of Atlanta back in the spring when these two dominated the race. And it came down to both of them on the last lap for the win. Logano was able to get the win. That was his only win of the season. Ryan Blaney, Logano's teammate, third in line on the outside behind Eric Almirola. Logano, Almirola looking to move to the bottom. Blaney wants to go with him. They couldn't get all 3 cars down there, so they instead will stay on the outside for at least another lap and try to pull clear to move down in front of the 6. Looks like that is going to be exactly what they're trying to do. I'm not sure how many more Fords are on the outside lane behind those 3. Looks like Chris Buescher is actually the 4th car in line on the outside as well, so a lot of Fords gridlocking the front of the field. Logano did go down to the bottom and stayed there that time. And that will allow for Eric Almirola to now challenge for the lead in the outside lane with Ryan Blaney, who won Stage 1, back in contention to maybe try to pull off a win in Stage 2 as well. 8 laps to go now in the second stage. Lap 113 of 188 in total. Down to the closing laps of Stage 2. Almirola falling back a few car lengths in the center of 1 and 2. Top 3 on the bottom lane are clear for the moment. Keselowski pushing Logano quite a ways ahead of that bottom lane. He'll continue to stay there for now. Wonder if they're maybe going to try to move to the outside in front of the rest of the Fords up there if Almirola could get another run close to the door of the 3 of Austin Dillon, who was the 3rd car in line on the bottom. Surge coming down from that outside groove, center of the tri-oval. Blaney going to give Almirola a shot. Into the first turn they go. Keselowski locking bumpers with Joey Logano, though, trying to keep that inside lane as far ahead of that outside lane as they possibly can. Kyle Busch looking to move up. He does not. Remember, he didn't get any stage points in Stage 1. He was in contention in that first stage, and now he's split 3 wide. All the Fords that were on the outside that Busch tried to hop up in front of him will split around him, and Busch is going to fall outside the top 10 now in the closing laps of Stage 2. He's got Alex Bowman and Christopher Bell in the middle groove right with him. And there's a 3rd lane now forming up on the outside lane, just outside the top 10, being led by Chris Buescher in the 17. Busch moving up, stalled that entire outside lane up quite a bit. Now the top 4 or 5 cars on the inside are clear. Almirola still leads the 2nd groove right now with Kyle Larson in the 5 behind him. William Byron going to move up out of line. He's trying to pick up a playoff point. He's locked into the next round, but a playoff point will definitely be huge for that 24 team to start the round of 8 at Vegas in a couple of weeks. Christopher Bell ended up leading that 3rd lane on the outside there for a little bit, and he completely drug that whole lane back. Remember, he's got damage to the nose of his car from hitting Ross Chastain on that last lap crash at Stage 1's end. William Byron getting a run into the tri-oval. He's alongside Austin Dillon, now Brad Keselowski to the start-finish line. And Ryan Blaney somehow has fallen all the way to the back of this pack. I didn't even see how that happened. He was, I think, right in line behind Almirola there for a while. Not the case anymore when Busch moved up. Somehow Blaney got shuffled out of line. He's the last car in line on the bottom lane now. So he goes from in contention to potentially win the stage to now outside the top 20. Denny Hamlin, who had the pit road speeding penalty, is about to go a lap down. Austin Cindric also had a pit road speeding penalty, is still on the lead lap, about 5 seconds ahead of where Denny Hamlin runs currently. William Byron leads the race now once again, as he is trying to get a run in the draft off of Hamlin, who is the lap car at the front of the field. Logano pushes Byron into the tri-oval. 4 to go now at stage 2. Denny Hamlin going to the outside. He's going to try to file himself in line. Remember, there are a few cars a lap down back from stage 1. Trying to stay in the free pass position. Larson going all the way to the outside as they split around Hamlin. 3 wide. LaJoie, Bell get lodged in line behind the 11, who's trying to get back up to speed in the middle of this pack. He's going to give the 10 car a push. Kyle Larson getting a shove right now. On the outside, gets a little loose. Looks like Kyle Busch is the car trying to push him forward. And now about the top 7 or 8 cars are clear on the bottom lane. Hamlin kind of shuffled that whole pack up. Blaney moving up into the second groove as well, but he's about 7 or 8 cars deep in that groove. And we'll see if Kyle Larson's got enough speed to be able to get a run at it. He's in the back half of the top 10 in 8th place where he's running right now, so that means that there are 7 cars in the bottom lane that are clear with 3 to go in stage 2. Turns 1 and 2 right now. Joey Logano not battling for any more points, but I'm sure he'll still try to maybe go with Keselowski to potentially win the stage. Will be the first driver in that bottom lane to try and make a move. Byron getting a really good run off of Austin Cindric in the 2 car, who is going to go a lap down off turn 4. Now, where will Cindric fall in line in all this? Because Denny Hamlin needs to beat the 2 car to get in the free pass position. Hamlin in the playoffs, of course, Cindric is not. Larson zooming to the outside of the 2 car. Trying to find where Denny Hamlin is in this draft. I think he's still in that second groove. Cindric in the middle. Not everybody able to split to the outside around him. Kyle Larson getting a big push in the middle of 1 and 2. And a little bit of contact on the left rear corner panel of Almirola's car from Cindric. 4 wide in the middle of the corner. Cindric just trying to get in as much of a draft as he can. Getting the help needed to try and stay in the free pass position. Christopher Bell with the damage going to pull out of harm's way. He doesn't want to be anywhere near this pack of cars in the closing laps of the stage. He is still on speed, it appears. Doesn't want to damage the car any more than it already is damaged. Suarez Briscoe look to move to the outside. They pull back to the bottom. Ty Gibbs trying to lead the charge in that second lane now. Briscoe pulling out, pulling back to the bottom. 1 lap to go, stage 2. Gibbs out of lane a little too far. Chase Elliott now going to lead the second group of cars, but the top 8 are still single file around the bottom. Elliott's getting a run, but he's way too far back to try to get to the lead. Reddick will move off the bottom lane. He'll go up in front of Chase Elliott. Keselowski also going to move to the outside as he had a run on Logano. He passed the 22. He passes the 24. Big help from behind for Keselowski. Comes by the way of Austin Dillon in the 3. Now Keselowski trying to control both lanes off of turn 4, headed into the tri-oval. Brad Keselowski shoots to the front at the right time on the back straightaway. Moves back to the bottom. And he will win stage 2 at Talladega, 3 and 4 wide at the line behind him in the back half of the top 10. Another stage win on a super speedway this season for Brad Keselowski as he wins stage 2 today at Talladega. William Byron ends up second in the stage. Joey Logano third. Austin Dillon fourth. Chase Elliott fifth. Daniel Suarez sixth. Chase Briscoe seventh. Kyle Larson in eighth. Ty Dillon ninth. And Tyler Reddick rounds out the top 10. So again, that was your finishing order for stage 2 at Talladega. I'm going to leave my lineup set the way it is right now for the end of stage 2. I'm going to keep Bubba Wallace in my garage. Mainly because of the lack of stage points there. Don't believe he got any in today's race. So just our second caution of the day, but this time, of course, it is the stage end to stage 2. No cautions for incident in stage 2 today. And again, still 37 of the 38 cars that started this race are still in the race to this point. And over 150 concurrent viewers in the chat. Appreciate all you guys tuning in. Once again, be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll keep our live commentary coverage going, and we'll take another ad break here before we get pit stops during the Stage 2 break. Will there be a red flag in Stage 3? I hope not. This race is clicking by really quickly for a 500-miler so far. Started a little less than 2 hours ago. We're already down to 67 laps to go. Average race speed still up over 170 miles per hour. We're guaranteed 2 yellows in the stage racing era with the stage cautions, and that's all we have seen for caution flags so far today. A lot of aggressive pushes up at the front of the field. And it's just kind of slowly getting more and more aggressive with the pushes as this race continues on. And that will only be the case further and further on. Now, Carson Hocevar will get the free pass here at Stage 2. So Denny Hamlin is still going to be stuck a lap down. He came in 28 points above the cutoff line. Obviously not the case as we run right now with no stage points in this second stage. And he's going to have a hard time trying to get back up at the front of the field, being a lap down.
For that playoff driver, Dave.
William Byron finished second in that stage. He said, I got a little tight at the end, but I don't think I want any changes. Brad Keselowski said, I'll take 4. That'll be 4 tires for the driver of the 6th, Jim.
And Rusty Dillon in the lower left of your screen said, car drives pretty decent. Virgin Keith One said, all that discipline you showed, that does up there. Great job that costs 4 tires. Now go fuel, Lordy.
The reigning champ Joey Logano no longer in the playoffs, but a terrific stage 2, wound up finishing 3rd. He said it's much different up front. You need to free me up if I'm going to tighten me up if I'm going to be up there racing for the lead. The drag race off of pit road. Look at it, 3 wide with William Byron there, but Logano uses that number 1 pit stall to his advantage. Gains a couple of spots, and there's a fire ring on pit road.
Gas can has come out onto pit road, and we're seeing the fire there. It got drug out into the middle of pit road in a big fire. And some of the crews are making their way out there to put that out. So this pit road stop has a few cars that come out. One of them being the 54 of Ty Dillon, bringing the gas can along with them. It ignites and lights pit road on fire.
Ty Gibbs in the 54, not Ty Dillon. But yeah, it was Ty Dillon, or now I said it. Ty Gibbs' gas can, it was still lodged into the back of the race car as he left his pit box. Drug it down on pit road, then it caught on fire and left a trail of flames behind him. I haven't really seen anything like that before, or at least that I can remember in my NASCAR memory, but luckily it did not get hit around by other cars on pit road. Everybody was able to miss it. And as you heard, Joey Logano won the race off pit road with that 4-tire stop. And he will hold serve with the track position at the beginning of this stage. The final stage of the race as he tries to go for his second win of the year. All on super speedways will end the poll at 144 votes. 62% of you say that somebody other than Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, or William Byron will win the race today. 2 of those 3 have led laps today of Byron and Keselowski. Byron's up towards contention late in stage 2, and Brad Keselowski did win the second stage. Chris Buescher only getting 4% of the votes, 11% for William Byron, but again, other 62% leads the way there. 88 likes on the stream. Our goal is 150. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you watching, be sure to hit that like button. Run that like counter up to 150 here, at least before the end of this stream, as we are quickly closing to an end as we have just over 60 laps to go. We hit our goal during the truck race yesterday of 100. Let's get to 150 here today. Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski will more than likely be the two cars on the front row for the next restart, unless the two Fords decide to run nose to tail the restart, which could be the case. They have, looks like 5 Chevys right in line behind them. A lot of the Hendrick cars up at the top 10 at the end of stage 2 again. The only one that wasn't up there this time was Alex Bowman, who's back at 12th. But Larson, Byron, Elliott are there. Trying to take it to all the Fords here as we get closer to the end of the race. As we are at the end of stage 2, we have our diecast showing as usual. I showed off a Terry Labonte Kellogg's diecast last week, Cornflakes diecast. So I want to show off a Terry Labonte Tony the Tiger diecast from 2002. I was talking about how I had it, so I figured I'd show it on the stream. It's been a while since I've showed this one. Definitely one of my favorite schemes growing up. We got the Tony the Tiger Frosted Flakes car. Again, this is from 2002. You can see the toucan from the Fruit Loops cereal on there as well. On the side, you got the milk on the back of the car. Yeah, the tiger stripe's always a classic, iconic scheme. There back in the early to mid 2000s for Terry Labonte and really in all of NASCAR at that time.
How Denny Hamlin got past at the end of the stage.
And Carson Rosberg just jumped on the outside. Blaney came with him. Remember, Blaney trying to get stage points, so it's a great option for Rosberg trying to make something happen with that outside lane, knowing Blaney would come with him. Blaney did not work himself up to get stage points, but however, it did get that 42 car in front of the 11 by only about a car length, but that was enough.
And again, that was the race for the free pass, and Hocevar got it, and Denny Hamlin didn't. That fire was Ty Gibbs, the 54 of Ty Gibbs, pulled the gas can out of his pit stall.
Yeah, so everyone was waiting on fuel, so you imagine that the gas can was still engaged with the car when Ty went to leave. Those can really get interlocked pretty easily if there was any sort of like lateral load on it and drug the can down. Now, the can itself is aluminum, so that didn't spark, but the dry brake, the actual coupler, it has some steel in it, so something obviously sparked to create this pretty massive fire. Scary situation.
Take a look at the points that were earned through the 2 stages already. William Byron with 18 doesn't need them, but those points, he took them away from other playoff drivers who probably did need them. Kyle Larson did need some playoff points, as well as Keselowski and Blaney. 12, 10, and 10 respectively between those playoff drivers.
Yeah, only 5 playoff drivers of the 12 have gotten stage points today. Reddick, the other playoff driver, not on this list. So just, I think, a missed opportunity for several drivers. They've, certainly tried, made the effort to get up there. Kyle Busch has been toward the front of the stages as they've wound down, but circumstances have kept them from attaining any stage points to try to push themselves further into the playoff battle.
And this whole fuel conversation is going to continue because we had about 15 cars top off. So 64 laps to go. Everyone in the entire field is going to have to make at least one more pit stop. Now the question is, will it be on the green? It's been a pretty clean race other than the one issue. We'll see if that can continue in this final stage.
Yeah, only 2 cautions today at Talladega. As you mentioned, coming up on 63 laps to go in the race. And this is the start of the final stage. Larson on the inside, Logano on the outside, making up row 1.
Joey Logano, the control car in the restart with a Ford of Brad Keselowski behind him. A lot of Chevys on that bottom lane behind Larson. Green flag back in the air. Very few cars are actually on the bottom lane for this restart. A lot more to the top, trying to transfer forward, it looks like. Looks like on the restart there's only like 7 cars on the bottom groove. Nobody wants to get trapped down there here for these early laps, and with the lack of numbers, we'll see if they'll be able to hold on. Brad Keselowski locked bumpers with Logano all the way through turns 1 and 2. Trying to get a pole now. Again, way more cars on the outside than the inside, and as a result of that, Kyle Larson is not able to keep up with the 6 and the 22 on the outside lane. They were both clear into turn 3. They do not move down. They stay on the outside. Chase Elliott, Kyle Busch in line behind the 22 and the 6 on that top lane as well. So they're split apart from some of the other Hendrick cars that are down low. Into the tri-oval, closing a little bit more together now is Larson and Logano, but Logano will still lead the opening green flag lap of stage 3. 2x2 through most of the field. It doesn't even look like Keselowski has let go of that 22 car. He probably has here and there, but for the most part, he has been locked on. Logano hanging on to the lead. And the rest of that outside line trailing behind the 6 still. Some more cars filing into that bottom lane a little bit further back in the pack, realizing that they are able to stay up with the cars on the outside. Ryan Blaney, who fell back towards the end of stage 2, is the 4th car in line on the bottom, right in front of Alex Bowman, and really splitting up the 48 and the 24. Firing the first car in front of Blaney. Keselowski again pushing through the center of the tri-oval. Now the nose on these Fords a lot more squared off than what the nose on the Chevys and the Toyotas have been. So that is part of the reason why the bump draft is more effective when a Ford is pushing versus another car pushing, or another manufactured car pushing another one. And Keselowski, as a result, has been able to nearly bump draft Logano all the way around this racetrack. Both pulling clear of the bottom lane once again, but they'll continue to stay up high. If Chase Elliott can pull clear of Larson, I'm sure he'll move to the bottom, which could break the run up a little bit on the 6 and the 22 and build up an even bigger gap for the 8 of Kyle Busch behind Chase Elliott if he can't get back down to the bottom as well with those Chevys. But Larson getting another pole on the bottom lane. And at the line, he does not lead that lap, but he does pull back alongside the 22 once again. 60 to go in the stage.
I wonder if that commitment from Joey Logano and Brad Keselowski is going to try to drag these guys to the top lane, or at least to the middle lane.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen today, if I'm the 22 and the 6, I just stay right here and keep on controlling this middle groove. I don't pull down in front of the 5 because I think the outside line is just going to go by me. So I'm going to stay in this second groove. I think that's the best way long-term to maintain track position. It's okay for that 5 car to drive up on the inside every so often. I know Brad back there is one of the best pushers, one of the most aggressive pushers, knows exactly how to get to the back bumper of this 22. He's got to keep us doing what we need to do on the outside here.
You have to always be on offense, though, right? You have to be ready to make a move. Something happens behind you, it will change the game. If they jump up 3 wide on that, try to get on the outside of you. If something changes, you have to be able to make the move right then. Joey Logano and Kyle Larson, you think they're just watching out of their windshields? They're not. They're looking at their mirrors. They're checking everything that's going on behind them. So when something changes, they can immediately respond to it. There's no breaks here.
Now, last time by at the start-finish line, Joey Logano was scored as the race leader. Kyle Larson, 0.02 of a second back in second. Brad Keselowski, 0.06 of a second back in third. Daniel Suarez, 0.1 of a second back in fourth, as well as Chase Elliott in fifth place. So, again, that was the top 5 with 58 laps to go at Talladega. Winding down quickly. Everybody still has to pit one more time for the end of the race. Fuel window just a little less than 40 full green flag laps. So that window will end up opening at some point in the next probably just more than 15 laps from now. Top 10 separated by 0.3 of a second at the line that last time by. Top 20 separated within 1 second. 32 cars on the lead lap, all separated by 1.6 seconds of each other. That is the difference between first place and 32nd place on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin, as of right now, in the free pass position in 33rd, the only lap car not on the lead lap, other than, of course, Chastain, who was pulled into the garage earlier today. J.J. Yeley out of the race with a mechanical issue late in stage 2 as well. Will finish 37th if he can't get back on the track and complete enough laps to overtake anybody else who may get taken out of this race going forward if we see any more drivers pull off the track before the end of the race. Average speed of 166.63 miles per hour to this point, with 55 laps to go. Larson leads the way. First time he has actually led laps in this race. We'll see if he can continue on. We will take an ad break here as we have a full screen commercial break going on. You're listening live to the YellaWood 500 at Talladega. 55 laps to go. Up to 94 likes on the stream now. Got to get to 150, ladies and gents. Be sure to do so. Again, 32 cars on the lead lap. The other cars that are lapped down with Denny Hamlin are Austin Cindric and BJ McLeod. Those are the drivers Hamlin would have to race if we see another caution the rest of the way. And obviously they can't be involved in the incident in any way, otherwise they can't get the free pass if they're involved in the wreck. We didn't see the big one in the Truck Series race yesterday until 2 laps to go in the tri-oval. To the very end, saw a couple of other wrecks here and there throughout. But the big one that took out about a dozen trucks or so. At that point in the race didn't happen until the tri-oval of 2 to go, coming to the white flag. And the race did end under green as well. That overtime restart did not see an accident at all, even a wreck that didn't warrant a yellow. Everybody who took the green flag with 2 to go ended up getting the checkered flag. Logano and Keselowski pulling back to the front ahead of Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott. It's a good chance Larson was able to let Elliott in line on the bottom, although he still could be on the outside behind the 6 and the 22. We'll have to see when they come back to the action. Elliott scored ahead of Larson at the line that last time by. It leads me to believe that Chase might have pulled down in front of the 5 car. Sure, if he gets an opportunity, he will do so. Larson has shown some speed in that 5 car so far today.
Outside line is beginning to get some momentum. The problem for Denny Hamlin is being led by the 1 car that's also a lap down, fighting for the free pass, which is Austin Cindric. So Denny Hamlin is pushing his competition for the free pass toward the front.
Yeah, several cars jumped into that outside lane, and it looked like more and more were starting to buy into it. It's built up a little bit with a number of cars, and 1 or 2 get out of it. But that's what this group needs. They need more people committed to it.
I think it's a great time to get up there and run in that 3rd group because of how Logano and Keselowski have controlled the front of the field. It's relatively calm up in the top 10. Not a lot of movement, not a lot of things happening. So get up there and disrupt that.
Well, it was a great move for the 2 of Cindric because, as Rick just mentioned, he's racing the 11 for the first car lap down. And as long as you stay in front of him, even if you go to the back, that's the goal, is to be in front of that 11 car.
Jim, what about Kyle Larson in the 5 on the inside line?
Yeah, leading that inside line, and we typically see him be aggressive at super speedways, but it has never benefited him because he's only had 1 top 5 finish in all of his Cup super speedway races. So I asked QG Cliff Daniels, how do you play this? And he was adamant they are not going to do anything differently. They are going to be very aggressive. We've seen that. They've collected stage points in stage 1 and stage 2. And Marty, they typically get wrecked out late in this race. We're going to see how this final stage plays out for them, but Cliff said eventually the luck will change. The statistics have to go in our favor at some point.
Kim, what a terrific move by Denny Hamlin a moment ago to go to the middle, ditch Austin Cindric. And this high line that got the momentum going was really started by Bubba Wallace, who asked his spotter, Freddie Kraft, can I move up? Booty Barker chimed in and said, if he wants to move up, do it now. Don't wait. So, Junior, why did Booty Barker want Bubba Wallace to try that high line and not wait till later?
Because the inside line and the middle line were kind of uniform, and they had a plan to really kind of slow down and organize the day, right? Keep things smooth and easy. But now we're watching that battle between the 2 and the 11. They both keep dropping in and out of line, trying to reclaim the position to be the free pass when the caution should come out. But now the 11, Denny Hamlin, is out of the middle groove to the outside line.
It's so interesting how this battle, to be the first car lap down, is shaking the whole field up. It's changing the energy of the lines as they both try to change lanes just to stay in front of each other.
And we're under 50 laps to go, brought to you by YellaWood. And Ross Chastain, the one car out on lap 60. There's been 54 lead changes between 22 different drivers up front, and only 2 cautions for 9 laps.
You see still this 22 to the 6 getting a big lead there, but staying in this middle groove, this middle line. That's changed the entire way the energy works in this front draft here. It's really not allowing that inside line to do much. They're kind of, same players were leading that inside line. Not a lot of change inside the top 10. We'll have to see what this third groove with Denny Hamlin on the front of it can do. He's trying to do a lot of hard work, but he's right on board the Coca-Cola can. Big run right here. A lot of stacked up right there in that middle groove. He's going to gain a few spots right there.
As Denny Hamlin makes the move on the outside.
Big run here. Past about probably 10, 12 cars just there on the back straightaway.
She is 3 wide from Larson, Kyle Busch, and out to an outside line of Denny Hamlin. But out front, let's ride along with the 22 of Joey Logano and listen in to Coleman Presley again.
You're clear the bottom. 9, 6, and 8 are clear the bottom.
Pretty incredible how that middle groove, the 22 and the 6, have sort of limited what that bottom can do. There's really not a lot of momentum with the 5-car Larson on that inside line. Hamlin with the 23 by Wallace pushing him down the front straightaway, still trying to make some headway on this top groove. Bubba wants to tie it just perfectly to where he can get right back to the back bumper of this 11 car off turn 2. Here he comes with the run. Can he get to the back bumper and start pushing again? Can't quite burst that bubble. There's a little beach ball between the two. It pushes Denny away. Got a little more energy, might be able to get to that back bumper and push a little bit. Not able to do it on the back straightaway there. They lose a little bit of momentum.
And 6 cars that have now broken away.
Now you see the 2 back in front of Denny in that middle groove there. It's Christopher Buescher pushing him.
We heard Denny on the radio earlier in the race make the comment back to Kyle Busch that he was better in the center line. And that's what looks to have the most momentum right now is that center line.
So now the two's trying to figure out what to do here. Cindric's not sure exactly where to go. Buescher's now leading that top groove. Can he drag Denny Hamlin toward the front? Big push from the 11 into the 17. Look at this run they got going down the back straightaway. Wow.
A huge run for Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin on the outside, but then how far will that momentum take them before
it's good?
They fall back?
Well, the 23 came with them, and all the people that they need to help them sustain that run is right there with them, Rick. So now, look here. They're set up again for another push, another opportunity. Can Denny push this 17 all the way out into the lead as we go off into turn 1? Awesome job right here.
So if Denny Hamlin would be in front of the field, he would unlap himself.
So now the 17, he might jump in front of his 22. We'll see what he does here. He's got a choice. Do I stay up with the 11 that got me here, or do I go with the 22 in the middle groove?
Here comes momentum again. A little wiggle there out of the 22 of Logano. It's Logano now out front.
Coming up on 44 laps to go, this time by 3 most of the way through the pack. Chris Buescher, new contender for the first time today. We've really seen him up in contention for the lead, is now towards the front of the field at Talladega. Joey Logano leading that middle line, and Larson still the first car down in the bottom, also starting to make headway back towards the front of the field. Chris Buescher leads that lap by 19 one-thousandths of a second that last time by at the start-finish line after another big push from Denny Hamlin, who is a lap down after having a pit road penalty during the cycling of green flag pit stops back in Stage 2. So Hamlin not on the lead lap. Buescher obviously is, and now is out in front of the field. Hamlin going to move into the middle groove. He's just trying to get back on the lead lap at this point and secure a spot that he can at least get the free pass at the very least before the end of this race if we see another caution. Hamlin looking to move up and block Logano and Buescher. He's split between the two. Bubba Wallace going to go with him. 4 wide nearly in the middle of the tri-oval. Down to 3 wide again. A little bit of a hairy situation. Buescher leads that lap once more. But now he doesn't have Denny Hamlin pushing him anymore, and it looks like it's Eric Almirola in the 10 car who's up in that third lane near the wall. Hamlin in the middle still leading the charge there, but he has fallen back a few car lengths. Joey Logano in the 22 again moving back into the middle lane as well as the top 3 from the bottom up in front of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin trying to pick a hole between Kyle Larson and I can't tell who that is on the outside. Looks like the 36. Almost 4 wide in the middle of the corner. Larson crowds Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin. An aggressive side draft there by the 5 before moving back into the bottom groove again in front of the Chevrolets on the double yellow line. Logano and Keselowski have been nose to tail this entire stage so far through about the first 16 to 17 laps of green flag action that we have seen since the restart. Actually, restart was 63 ago. We're at about 21 laps since the restart to begin this final stage. Larson moving off the bottom into that second lane now. And all of a sudden, there are very few cars actually on the bottom near the double yellow line. It's kind of the middle and the top groove of the racetrack carrying the momentum with the Fords leading the way in both of those lanes. And it's very difficult for a non-Ford to be able to drive all the way to the front of the field. It took a Ford of Chris Buescher to move into that third lane in front of Denny Hamlin for Hamlin to push that car up to the front of the field. Hamlin was able to get him within the first few cars, but he couldn't pull him alongside of where Logano and Keselowski were able to control the runs for most of the way. So Buescher and Almirola, followed by Harvick. You got 3 Fords in the outside against a couple Fords down in that middle groove right now. Keselowski, I'm sure, wants to get with Buescher if he can. Had a chance to move into that third lane on the outside near the wall, but he's not going to do it yet. He's going to stay in that second groove, and he's going to get a push from behind as well from Denny Hamlin. Joey Logano in the middle groove with Keselowski. It's amazing that they've stayed in the middle the whole way. The outside had a run over him with Chris Buescher. They don't move up. Denny Hamlin moves up from third in line in the middle up to the outside. That will scramble Logano and Keselowski around just a little bit. Denny Hamlin down to the front of the pack. But it looked like Logano still led that lap at the line. Bubba Wallace, who was also behind Hamlin in the middle, went to the top when Denny did. So if he could push the 11 out in front of the pack, maybe Wallace could get to the lead right behind him. And they have jumped up in front of the Fords of Buescher and Almirola. Byron out of nowhere on the bottom with help from Ryan Blaney's going to pull up. And Byron's going to take the race lead away in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And no idea where they came from. Just kind of all of a sudden around the bottom of the racetrack they had a head of steam. And now the 24 and the 12 are out in front in the bottom lane. Logano, Keselowski still leading the way in the middle. A lot of lane changing has gone on over the last several laps up at the front of the field. The energy of the pack Absolutely wild right now at Talladega. A roulette wheel of drivers have taken the race lead today. I think we had 22 different drivers lead at least one lap in this race, and that was coming into the final stage. I don't know if that's added on to it or not. And up to that point in the race, we also had over 40 lead changes. Wallace out in front of the field. Denny Hamlin leads the pack, but Bubba is the race leader in line in that outside group. Blaney and Byron making a charge on the bottom again. Blaney bumped draft to the 24, let go as they got into the tri-oval. Now he'll lock again before they get into turn one. Although he couldn't lock bumpers with the 24 car, still had a decent run despite not pushing him physically there. Hamlin moves down in front of Joey Logano into the second groove, and Wallace is going to lead the charge in the third lane now with help from Chris Buescher, who has had a fast car, of course. Buescher going to push Wallace down the backstretch, trying to get to the race lead. Byron on the double yellow line, leading still with Ryan Blaney. Hamlin having a charge in the middle. Wallace on the outside, 3 rows wide, all the way deep from pretty much the entire field. And every lead lap car is in this draft right now, all within 1.3 seconds of each other. 32 of which, including a couple of lap cars in the mix like Hamlin, Cindric, McLeod. We're all battling for the free pass position. Hamlin, as of right now, still the free pass car. I don't see Austin Cindric anywhere near him in the pack. Actually, I do see him now. He was at the tail end of that outside lane up near the wall. So he's sitting good for the moment as long as, of course, he stays out of trouble if we were to see another caution in this race. And also, don't forget, again, everybody still has to make one more pit stop. The fuel window is open to make it on gas to the end of the race from now. But I don't think we're going to see anybody actually pit until they need to when we get to around 20 laps to go in the race. And that would be the race within the race at that point, who can get on and off of pit road the quickest. That will split the 3-wide pack up, I'd imagine, immediately. We'll see how it will finish after the fact. Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin in the middle groove now, leaving the Fords on the outside of Chris Buescher and Eric Almirola. Byron and Blaney still on the bottom. Buescher's got a big run on that outside lane headed into turn 3. We'll see if he can carry the momentum off 4 and get another push from the 10. He's about 3 rows back of where the race leaders are in the bottom 2 lanes. A lot going on here at once at Talladega. And a wild race to this point. Top 10 at the start-finish line that last time by. William Byron was the race leader. Bubba Wallace second. Ryan Blaney third. Alex Bowman fourth. Joey Logano fifth. Brad Keselowski sixth. Kyle Larson seventh. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. eighth. Chris Buescher ninth. And Daniel Suarez in 10th place. That is the top 10 with 35 laps to go at the Talladega Superspeedway. Another commercial break on NBC. We'll stay right here with our live commentary coverage as they go with a NASCAR nonstop commercial break. Side-by-side coverage right now on your local NBC affiliate. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so in the stream yet. Our goal, 150 likes. We're up to 103. We have a lot to go yet. A lot to go with just over 30 laps to get there, so be sure to hit that like button. And again, subscribe for more NASCAR content, live commentary streams coming up again next weekend on the channel for the NASCAR Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Cup Series, as they'll be racing at the Charlotte Roval for the round of 12 finale in both of those playoff races next weekend for those series. So Saturday afternoon with the Xfinity Series, Sunday afternoon for the Cup Series. For start times on those, I will figure that out once we get to the end of the race today. I'm not sure exactly what times those start off the top of my head. And I don't want to click away to find out because I don't want to miss any of the action because it is wild right now at Talladega. Chris Buescher still leading the outside lane. Hamlin was able to push him up to the lead earlier. Almirola not really able to do so right now. Hamlin will push a car out to the lead, but in that middle groove, and that would be Bubba Wallace in the 23 leading that last lap at the start-finish line. The first we've seen Bubba lead laps in the race today, although he was in contention late in stage 2, but he was the one pushing Tyler Reddick at the time before we got into those green flag pit stops with less than 20 to go in the stage, and the Toyotas fell back again. And the Toyotas are going to have to try to stay on top of the pit strategy. They can't pit by themselves like they have been doing in the first 2 stages because they fall too far back and they're not able to get their way forward. So it'll be interesting to see how Wallace is going to be able to maintain his track position. He is the only Toyota inside the top 20 right now. The next closest Toyota in the running order is Christopher Bell in 21st. Obviously, he's got Hamlin right behind him, but he's a lap down. So what is the strategy going to be like? I mean, if I'm the 23, you just got to guess and pit with the rest of the cars around you. I don't think you can afford to wait because the Toyotas are so far back that he would have to give up a lot of time to be back there with them. I mean, your best chance of keeping track position, you have to just guess when the Fords and the Chevys are hitting pit road. As of right now, he's got a lot more Fords around him. So really, whenever the Fords pit, you have to pit too. Be prepared for it. And that's going to be a very challenging task if he isn't in the bottom lane at that time. Right now, he's stuck 3 wide middle, and Chris Buescher has gotten to the lead from the outside. He moves down to the middle groove now. In front of Wallace. Wallace tries to clog a hole. 4 wide now in the tri-oval as they get around Chris Buescher. He didn't want to sit in line behind the 17. They're still 4 wide heading down into turn 1. That's going to bottleneck the pack up a ton. Buescher and Wallace are falling backwards. Hamlin right behind the 23, the 22 of Logano still behind the 17 car, and they are still stuck 4 wide off of turn 2. Side by side at the front of the field still, Byron leads the way. And we've got 4 lanes forming here at Talladega. Logano's giving Buescher a massive shot to try to get him a run to get back up there again. It is very, very tight. There are 4 lanes, about 4 or 5 rows deep, starting right around the 7th and 8th place position. And a lot of Fords are in that 3rd lane, the 3rd and 4th lane for that matter. A lot of the SHR Fords are in the 4th lane, and that 3rd lane has Chris Buescher and Joey Logano. Briscoe moving down right in front of Buescher. But they are not organized at all back there. They have lost a lot of track position. Buescher and Logano now in the heap of the pack. The only Fords that remain up towards the front all of a sudden are Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, Riley Herbst, and Eric Almirola, who was getting a big shot on that outside groove. Almirola pulls alongside Byron for the lead off turn 4. Gets another big push from the car in line on the outside behind him of Kevin Harvick. And Almirola will lead this lap at the line with 29 laps to go at Talladega in the YellaWood 500. Not by much. 12 1,000ths of a second. Almirola led that last lap over William Byron. Side by side. 2x2 all the way through the field. 3rd lane trying to form once again. They lost a lot of numbers when they went 4 wide. It got discombobulated in the middle of the pack. And now they're struggling trying to get numbers again in that 3rd groove. May have to wait until we get through green flag pit stops in about another 10 or less laps. Things could be maybe a little bit more organized for now, at least until we get to pit road fairly soon. Almirola again will lead this lap at the line. Kevin Harvick in his final season has yet to win this year. Was eliminated in the opening round of the playoffs for the championship hunt, but still trying to get a win before the season's out. Was very close to winning the summer regular season finale at Daytona. Was up in contention late in leading before a final restart and losing the lead on that said restart after an accident in which a couple of his teammates of Chase Briscoe and Ryan Preece were involved in at the back of the pack. Of course, that was the nasty flip that Ryan Preece had taken in that race. Hopefully we don't see any cars in this one get up off of all 4. Still side by side, Harvick and Almirola. Almirola moved to the bottom right in front of William Byron. at the time. We'll see if Kevin Harvick is going to move down in front of the 10. He's got a chance to do it. The 24 is going to move down in front of the 10. And somebody wrecked in the tri-oval very viciously. Couple cars are around. Oh, Keselowski's around, and he noses into the wall. Austin Dillon has severe damage on his race car. Brad Keselowski with a lot of damage on his race car as well, as he just nosed the inside wall. There is a crash that took place at the back of the pack in the tri-oval with 27 laps to go. Austin Dillon's definitely going to be done. And Keselowski, he may be able to continue, but he's got a lot of damage. Ty Gibbs with a heavy impact is also involved in the crash. Let's listen in to see what happened. Carson Hocevar's wrecked.
Carson Hocevar?
Yep. All these cars, a lot of nose damage.
I can't drive it.
The our safety crew out attending to all of these drivers. We saw Ty Gibbs walking there outside of the car. Here's Austin Dillon climbing out of the 3. Again, while it was crazy up front,
I was wondering if Brad could get that car moving, but he's got a lot of flat tires. Looks like a bent toe leak on that left rear.
and the whole back end just busted off as far as the body work. Let's take a look at what happens. Carson Hocevar on the outside line.
Getting a push from Brad Keselowski here through the tri-oval. And he just turns that 42 sideways. Oh, man, massive, massive impact for the outside wall of the 54 into 3. The 3 somewhat lessened a little bit of that blow when he collects the 6 as well, but hard hit for the 54.
Right along with Busher.
Left, come down, straight, just straight, break, pushing straight forward, still clear straight forward. They're still breaking up.
You know, we talk about pushing and how important it is, but Brad Keselowski has caused a lot of wrecks on these races with this car by pushing. He has been very aggressive, and once again, just pushing a little too hard at the wrong time. Car got in the air there briefly. Not good to see. Good thing it did come back down, but that is a difficult place to push someone. In the tri-oval, the car that you're pushing is very light. It's not planted in the ground.
Wow.
Look at that. Good thing those flaps got up in the air and got the car back down.
It's like when the right front tire on that car blew or something, it allowed the pressure coming out of that tire and the wind coming underneath the rocker all to collectively lift the car off the ground. It's a very lucky situation for Brad.
See the cars that were involved: Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, a playoff driver, Chase Briscoe, AJ Allmendinger, also involved in this. Carson Hocevar in the 42. Third caution of the day has come out at Talladega. We'll re-rack and have a restart when we come back.
Several cars taken out in a late race incident with 27 laps to go at the Talladega Superspeedway and the YellaWood 500. Those cars that were involved that are now out of the race following this accident would include Carson Hocevar, Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon, and playoff driver Brad Keselowski. Hocevar was a lap down at the time of the incident, battling for the free pass position, got loose in that third lane on the outside after being pushed by Keselowski, and obviously collecting several cars in the incident. Surprised there weren't more cars taken out from that accident. Denny Hamlin, who was ahead of it, will be the free pass car. He'll be back on the lead lap with this caution coming out, so we'll have 29 cars on the lead lap. This does mean that everybody will not have to make a green flag pit stop, as we were getting close to the pit stops taking place there within about 5 laps or so at the time of the caution. So now they'll be able to pit for the final time under yellow flag conditions, and likely have fuel-only pit stops coming along with it. And we'll have to wait and see who exactly is going to win the race off of pit road and get to restart in the race lead when they come back from the break. Not the big one, no, but it has taken out a few cars. And yeah, luckily Keselowski's car didn't catch major air. It did look like when he locked down the tires mid-slide that when the right front blew, that's how the air got underneath it. Luckily, it did not. blow the car over like we saw with Priest Daytona earlier this season. Santiago Kid, thanks for tuning in. A lot of those 1 o'clock NFL games just getting finished, and a lot of you guys starting to tune in now for this finish of the NASCAR Cup race at Talladega playoff race. We're up to 111 likes on the stream, well more than that many people currently watching. So be sure to hit that like button. Our goal was to get to 150 likes on the stream, so let's try to do that here as we get closer to the end. Pit road will be open as soon as all the cleanup is done on the front stretch. It looks like they're actually going to park the cars right now, and we'll be under a red flag condition for the time being while they fix the wall on the front stretch following the impact from Austin Dillon and Ty Gibbs.
But another car was involved there when they came across that trial, and you see the tire marks going up. Take another look at what happens.
Yeah, well, I don't think we've ever seen that before, where it's kind of the ultimate test for the safer barrier, where two cars hit it at the same angle, almost with the same, intensity. Intensity of the impact. It's about worst case scenario as far as how the safer barrier is going to perform.
Yeah, so the 3 and the 54 hit almost in the same spot of that safer barrier.
Yeah, the 3 car, almost watch as the 3 car goes up the racetrack. Car just turns to the right, and there he gets into the back of Keselowski. That actually lessened the blow. It actually hitting that 6 car made it a little bit less of an impact right along Brad.
Busher here.
I'm sorry, it's Busher, yep.
And Busher into the side of the 21 of Harrison Burton.
So what they do is they come out, and every time there's an impact on this safer barrier, the part that the officials are leaning against, that is steel. There's steel tubing all welded together. And then behind it is foam blocks that sit in between the old concrete wall and the steel tubing. And those foam blocks are what cave in and absorb the energy. What they have to do is inspect the walls and see if there's any damage to those foam blocks or any damage to the steel tubing. And if it is, then repairs have to be made or the blocks have to be replaced. In this case, they're having to do something that's going to take a little bit of time other than just sliding the foam blocks in and out.
So while they're taking a look at the wall, want to bring in the Peacock Pit Box and Dale Jarrett. DJ, it seems as though Brad Keselowski, being a veteran and very good at racing like this, maybe should have known better coming into the tri-oval and pushing Hocevar like he did?
Well, it's not that Brad doesn't know better. The thing is these laps are winding down, and Brad knew he needed to get closer to the front, especially before the pit cycle started. So he was just trying to make some work there and move forward. Yes, not the best place. Dale Jr. and Burton, you both know that we've all been in this type situation, and I am thankful for that safer barrier, as you talked about. The impact here, it takes me back a lot of years, and it happened to, I believe it was a Burton and an Earnhardt too. It was Ward Burton and Dale Sr. Right here, and I believe it broke Dale Sr.'s sternum that time in a crash right here that was very similar to this. So, a lot of action happens there. It's not somewhere that you will be pushing, but Brad knew that he really needed to be moving forward as he possibly could. I've been watching the intensity ramp up. These cars dancing around through the tri-oval, you knew something was going to happen. Very unfortunate for Brad and the rest involved.
So the AMR safety crew and the Talladega officials are taking a look at the safer barrier. They're going to make sure that it is safe for the drivers to continue. We're under a red flag condition. Kevin Harvick is out front, but big impacts out of the 3 and the 54.
So again, caution is out with 27 to go, and now under a red flag condition with 25 laps to go, following a couple of hard hits into the safer barrier wall in the 2/3 mark of the tri-oval. So the AMR safety team is there, and Talladega racetrack officials are there trying to figure out if they need to replace the safer barrier in that wall. So not sure exactly how lengthy the cleanup is going to be for the wall repair. We have not seen pit stops yet. Kevin Harvick is currently scored the race leader, but once the red flag is lifted, they will open pit road probably the following time by, being the cars are parked right now on the front stretch. And then we will see pit road open with about 24 to go, coming to 23 to go, get a restart a couple laps after that. So looking at about 20 laps of racing left in this final stage at Talladega. We'll go through the full field running order real quick here while we're under the red flag. So Kevin Harvick leads the race. Eric Almirola is second. Riley Herbst is third. William Byron in fourth. Bubba Wallace fifth. Ryan Blaney in sixth. Alex Bowman seventh. Kyle Larson eighth. Daniel Suarez ninth. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 10th. Joey Logano in 11th. Kyle Busch is 12th place. Corey LaJoie 13th. Chandler Smith 14th. Chase Elliott 15th. Eric Jones in 16th, Tyler Reddick 17th, Ty Gillen 18th, 19th is Christopher Bell, and Ryan Preece is 20th. 21st is Martin Truex Jr., Justin Haley 22nd, Ty Dillon 23rd, AJ Allmendinger 24th, Chris Buescher 25th, Michael McDowell 26th, Chase Briscoe 27th, Harrison Burton 28th is the last car in the lead lap for now. Denny Hamlin, who was the first car lap down at the time of the caution, will get the free pass, so he'll be back on the lead lap once we get back to racing. Austin Cindric is scored in 30th, BJ McLeod 31st, Brad Keselowski 32nd, 33rd is Austin Dillon. Out of the race, by the way, is Keselowski and Dillon. Same thing with Ty Gibbs in 34th. Carson Hocevar 35th out of the race from this incident. Brendan Poole 36th. I think he missed the crash, but he was 2 laps down, so he'll cycle in front of a lot of those cars that wrecked out. JJ Yaley will finish 37th, and 38th place finish for Ross Chastain rounding out the field.
Mr. Bell had some damage. He's playoff confident on pit road. Chastain out of the race after that impact. Ryan Blaney's going to win the first stage in this 12 car, get some valuable points. Denny Hamlin had an issue during the green flag stops, comes back to pit road after a penalty.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski won the stage, getting 10 points. Super important. He was involved in this last wreck.
Denny Hamlin got a lap down right there. See Carson Hocevar getting by him. Be the first car lap down. And the accident that has us under a red flag currently. A lot of hard hits in the back half of the field. Brad Keselowski pushing Carson Hocevar. Gets him out of control. Chaos ensues.
And again, under a red flag condition, 25 laps to go. They're putting the 6 up on the rollback, and let's go to Dave.
Rick, thankfully, the driver of the 6 walked from the care center. Are you okay? And then what were you trying to do when this all got started?
Yeah, I didn't hit that hard, Dave, so I'm fine. We just probably would have been okay. The toe link was broke, so I wasn't able to keep moving. And yeah, just unfortunate. We got kind of shuffled to the outside line here. The 42 pulled up in front. I'm like, all right, let's go. We're going to run back up to the front. And I just pushed him, and he kind of instantly spun out. So I don't think he did anything wrong. I just think his car probably wasn't driving that good. But it's frustrating. You know, we were able to win the second stage, and we were in good position there for a long time. And just kind of unraveled on us, and that's how it goes here sometimes.
Carson's pretty talented. Did it cross your mind that he hasn't done a lot of this? Maybe I should be a little careful with him?
Only one way to learn. You get out there and go, right? So, yeah, you just, this is part of the race, and you push, and I gave a pretty light push. I don't really think he did anything wrong. I just don't think his car was handled well enough.
All right, thanks, Brad.
So under a red flag condition, that gives us an opportunity, if the drivers are willing, to chat with them. And race leader Kevin Harvick said, okay, let's dial him up on the radio.
Let's see if we can. Hey, Kevin, the guys in the NBC booth, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, man, you got a pretty good seat here under red. Leader with 25 to go. I know we still need to see some pit stops, but how's your final Talladega been going so far? It looks pretty good from up here.
Yeah, we've had a really good push fight toward Mustang. Been to the front, been to the back. Eric was playing teammate right there, and we were getting ready to pit and put us down. But, yeah, we pushed all the way from the back to the front. So we probably have a little more fuel burn than some of them, but we have way better track position than we would have if we would have just stayed there running around saving fuel. So it's been fun. Always, you know, we want to do everything we can these last
when the green flag pit stops with gas only. What we haven't heard a lot of is handling. How are the cars driving overall as the tires wear?
My car just was really, really rough riding. Probably on the one-two stop too, a little bit too hard. They made some adjustments, a couple stops to get that bump stop a little less load on it to make it ride a little bit better. So we got the ride a little bit better, and it's been a lot easier to drive and manage at that point.
All right, man. Well, good luck in these final 25. You mentioned it. I know the fans appreciate what you've been doing this year, and there's a whole grandstands full of them here that'll be cheering you on.
I appreciate it. We'll form it.
I like that.
Kevin Harvick up front, and at the opposite end of the spectrum, Ty Gibbs involved in this accident, just came out of the infield care center. Dave's there.
Yeah, Rick, let's check in with him now. When you got collected, that looked like a huge hit in the outside wall. They're repairing it now. What was it like for you?
Yeah, just, got hit out of nowhere in the right rear. It was very unfortunate. It's like we had a pretty good Monster Energy for the Camry, and we're making our way back up, and we're getting ready for the end there. Just really unfortunate.
What was the energy like in the pack there before you got collected?
It's just really stale. A lot of people getting good runs, but can't really go anywhere with the package we have. And it just got caught up in something else. That's very unfortunate.
Glad you're okay.
It's good to hear from the drivers. I mean, those right rear hits, just such a huge angle there. Dave, looks like you caught up with another driver involved.
Well, it'd be Carson Hocevar, who got pushed into this, so to speak. What was that like from your perspective, and were you expecting Brad to do the aggressive push?
No. Yes and no. I mean, I don't fault Brad at all. I mean, I did it in the truck race even. When you're on the top lane, you have to push, right? You got to start building momentum. You got to start, creating forward energy. It's just a tough spot. I wasn't that good of a leader anyway, so I was trying to learn. I don't know. I talked to Brad a little bit. I didn't know if I was backing up too much, trying to lock on. Just a tough spot. But I had a lot of fun. Legacy Motor Club, Sunseeker, everybody that allows me to drive this car. It's just good to get experience, and whether it's 20 laps short or not, I still had a lot of fun. It felt like I was a lot better of a pusher. When I was leading, I probably got to do my homework a little bit, but for the next time I get to drive a cup car in a super speedway, it's nice to have some laps and a little bit of confidence. And I started 38th. I got to see a lot, and felt like we were moving forward there a little bit, and just itching to get ourselves in a good spot there at the end. Just didn't work out this time.
All right, glad you're okay. Learned a lot today, it sounds like, even though it didn't end well, guys.
Yeah, it's a little bit of insight there. An interesting comment by Carson. What he said was, I wonder if I was backing up too much, or what he means by that. To get the car behind you, to get hooked up to you, you drag the brake. Maybe you come off the throttle. You're not full throttle, so the guy can push you. He can get hooked up to you. And maybe he was dragging back a little bit too much. And when Brad got to him, Brad pushed him harder than he thought he was going to be pushing him, based on what Carson just said. Dave.
Austin Dillon walked under his own power, got collected. What did you see?
I didn't see any of it. Just got right reared. But after watching the replay, Brad in the infield care center said it was his fault. He was pushing the 42. But I had gotten out of the middle lane to get away from the 42. He couldn't hold a straight line without anybody pushing him. So don't know how Brad was pushing him. It sucks because we were caught up in it. And we had a fast pro shop shit.
Just frustration from Austin Dillon there, you hear. The red flag, 9 minutes, 57 seconds. The repairs to the wall have been completed, and now we're going to see cars coming to pit road.
Yeah, pit road is open, and this is, we've seen pit stops at the end of the stages, but those are for 4 tires, a full tank of gas. These are going to be much quicker. I think some cars might take some tires, but after hearing what Kevin Harvick had to say, it's all about track position. These are going to be gas-only stops. Going to have to be great communication between driver and crew chief here, Dave, to get the correct amount of fuel in.
William Byron in the 24 gives up 4th position. He was told he will get 2 fresh Goodyear tires on the right side and get the fuel in, Kim.
For Eric Almirola, he's just been complaining about ride quality all race long. Very rough on that. He said I'm a better quicker than I'm a leader. This is a really separator from Almirola for you.
Kim, Bubba Wallace has a chance to win this race. Woody Barker told him, I am so proud of you. You show up every week. It was right side tires and waited a little bit on fuel, but you saw it. The guys called it. Kevin Harvick, fuel only here on pit road with the 2 tires for Logano. He gains 10 spots there, Rick. How about that?
Yeah, Logano and DeJoy, 10 spots each on pit road.
That tells me that both Logano and LaJoie took a little bit less fuel than the rest of the field and still able to change 2 tires there in the 22 team and still win the race out of pit road. And it looks like he'll be out in front then as we get back to green flag racing. The red flag again was lifted after about 9 minutes and 57 seconds. So roughly 10-minute red flag. Repairs were made to the safer barrier and to the wall of the tri-oval following the crash. And we will get to racing here very shortly. 23 laps to go with where we're at right now. Waiting for our leaderboard to update. And then get back to the start-finish line next time by. This is just our third caution of the race so far. Average race speed still over 164 miles per hour. You can see how many different drivers have led in this race today. I'm going to go through every single one of them, but you can see on the numbers, the shorter length of numbers on the left side here, this is how many different drivers have led. The car number obviously on the left with how many different times and how many different laps. Joey Logano's led the most laps of the race so far. 7 different times he has led for 48 laps in this race. Nobody else has led more than 15 laps in the race. The next closest is his teammate Austin Cindric, who has led 15 laps. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. led 14. Byron has led 12. Riley Herbst has led 10 laps in the race today as well. Those guys have led the most. And then this long length on the right you see here is how many lead changes we have seen in this race today. Not even going to begin to count how many there are. I'll let NASCAR do that for us up to this point. Hopefully they update us at some time. Crazy. I mean, I could try to count real quick, but it's not going to be worth it because we're probably going to have more before the end of the race. Oh my goodness. I mean, I could count it if I want to. It's going to take me a minute. I'll count it when I get the audio back on post-commercial break, and I'll count that for you guys. I want to count it and leave a bunch of dead silence going on here. We're up to 122 likes on the stream, which means that we are only 28 likes away from our goal of 150, so be sure to hit that like button if you haven't done so yet, and again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't yet. We're on the goal to 5,000 subscribers on the channel. Trying to get there before the end of the NASCAR season. We were less than 300 away from that 5,000 mark coming into today's stream, so be sure to hit that like button, and again, subscribe for more NASCAR content. We will take an ad break here, and then we will take you to the finish of the race with no more breaks the rest of the way.
And a busy weekend coming up next weekend from the Roval. It is elimination time. That means at the end of each round, you eliminate 4 drivers. The Xfinity Series will be on Saturday on NBC starting at 3 o'clock. That will also be simulcast on Peacock on Sunday. Countdown to Green at 2, and Cup Series and elimination race at 2:30.
Eric, I know this is far from over with 22 laps to go, but we have seen some mind-blowing battles at the Roval before it comes to points. Remember the Larson year? Comes around with the right front torn off to advance by 1 point. We've seen ties in the points, and people have to go back to tiebreakers. The Roval has never disappointed as a cut race in the playoffs.
So interesting pit road, Steve. As far as drivers working their way off, very busy.
Yeah, very busy. You see the timing very heads up right there by Bubba Wallace. He has a car to his right side and swerves. You know, we got on Ty Gibbs, or I got on Ty Gibbs from kind of running the middle of pit road. Bubba was kind of doing the same thing as Ty right there, but fortunately he was very well aware the 47 was coming out and gave him some room, so no damage to either car. That's what ended Ty Gibbs' day a week ago. Kim?
And Eric Almirola out front looking for his first win of 2023. And Drew Blickenster for the crew chief, very aggressive on pit road. He got on the radio, told Eric, I was aggressive. You are right on your number, and that's going all out. Anything you can do for me in the next 20 laps to save a little is going to be good, Dave.
2-time winner Ryan Blaney did not take any fresh tires. That means they did a short field. He has to save fuel as well. He has to save fuel and be aggressive to try to win the race, Marty.
So Dave had above Wallace go from 5th to 16th, losing 11 spots here on pit road. Well, Booty Barker told him on the radio just a moment ago, we led so much of that last run, we burned way more fuel than everybody else. But as of now, fuel is not a concern for anyone. You've shown you can lead. Show them again.
Well, it's interesting messages that we're hearing from pit road because we heard you've got to be aggressive but save me some fuel out of a few teams. How is that even possible?
Well, so I think what Marty was saying there, where fuel's not a concern, that's assuming they got in as much as you had hoped, which we can't say with confidence everyone did. We saw everybody pit, but it's very easy to miscalculate, have a little bit too short of a stop. We have no idea how many overtimes we may or may not see. So yeah, a little bit of everything. Go fast, save some gas, and don't hit anything.
And we think the aggression is going to pick up with 20 laps to go.
Well, it's not dialing down. I can assure you that. We were talking about it down on the break, right? Yeah. Danny Hamlin got the free pass, so now it is like this guy's been riding around just hoping to get this yellow. Now he has it, and I think this guy is going to be making some serious moves to get in the front.
The first 4 races of the playoffs have been won by playoff
20-lap shootout at Talladega with a late race restart ensuing. We've had 24 different drivers lead with 64 lead changes. I'm sure we'll see more before the end. Front row, it'll be Eric Almirola and Alex Bowman. Almirola on the outside will be the control car. Green flag back in the air. He's got his teammate Kevin Harvick right behind him, giving him a shot into the first turn. Then you got the Hendrick cars of Larson and Byron on the outside as well behind them. Looks like Ryan Blaney is the first car in the bottom lane behind Alex Bowman to give him a push in the middle of turns 1 and 2 and get the bottom lane back up to Almirola as they're door-to-door for the lead off the second corner. Down the back straightaway, nobody filing out to a 3-wide lane yet. A couple cars at the very back of the pack hanging out. Looking to maybe make a move to the outside. Can't tell who that is. Looked like maybe Justin Haley. Nobody going to go with him, though. That's outside the top 20. The front of the field still Almirola getting pushed by his teammate Kevin Harvick. Fords working together. Bowman at the front of the field trying to get a push from a Ford of Ryan Blaney. Riley Herbst still up in contention in this one. He has been up towards the front for a lot of this race today in the 36, a third front row motorsport entrance today. He's the third car in line on the bottom behind the 12 of Blaney. Now a third lane is forming at the back of the pack. They have 4 cars up there, but they don't have enough numbers pulling up out of that second groove into the third lane quite yet. Ryan Preece in the 41 trying to lead the charge up there with Eric Jones in the 43, who has led laps today, also up in line behind him, and now he'll duck out of line. Denny Hamlin back there in that group was one of the cars trying to lead the third line up during the last stage, or this stage, but before the caution. He was lapped down. Now he's on the lead lap. Has to go from 29th to 1st. In these final 20 laps of the race, it'll be interesting to see him trying to manipulate the draft back there and get a run at it. 18 to go. Eric Almirola leads that lap at the line by a little less than a half a car length over Alex Bowman. Is clear of Bowman again in the middle of the corner, but he wants to stay with his teammate of Kevin Harvick. I wonder if Larson and Byron, if they can get enough of a run in that second group, they'll work together to maybe go to the outside. Harvick is going to go to the outside of the 10 of Almirola, and I think he drugged the brakes to dive back in line behind him, it looked like, as they got disconnected there for a minute. I'm not sure if the 10 had a moment on the backstretch or with the push from Harvick or what happened there. They didn't lose too much ground, though, surprisingly. They're still side by side for about third place with Herbst on the bottom. We'll see if Blaney moves up in front of those 2 Fords on the outside. He's staying with the 48. Caution is out on the racetrack. I'm not sure what the caution is for, but it's our 4th yellow of the race.
They want to make sure to clear that. Another restart, as we heard on the radio right away. Save fuel, save fuel.
Yeah, I think it's on everyone's mind. They've been like that all day long, which is the development of these race strategies at these super speedways. And it really just comes down to how, fuel isn't really that slow going in, just they're looking for every 10th of a second. So they're really kind of trying to take advantage of everything, as we see the piece of debris kind of
it's getting bounced around.
Yeah,
back
so
there.
maybe carbon fiber or some body paneling.
Austin Cindric, we've seen he and Hamlin battling a lot of this race to be the first car lap down so they could get the free pass. Well, concern. He's going to get it.
So that'll put Cedric back on the lead lap, which will then make the lead lap have 30 cars.
Well, and you see why everyone has been so aggressive with their pit calls to keep track position. We know Danny has a good car, but, with the field is so organized 2x2, he was forcing that third lane, but just couldn't really make any ground. I mean, he's still 26th.
So we mentioned everyone with the eyes on the next race. So how do you get through Talladega? Get as many points as you can, but still put yourself in position to where you can advance? Well, it's the Roval, and it's coming up next week.
Dreaded for months, the cut race at the Roval.
You can't tell me this isn't the most challenging racetrack.
Oh, he's going to miss it. He gets into the wall.
I cannot believe I didn't do that.
Sometimes real life teaches you good lessons.
Kevin Harvick hard. The right front of the caution comes out.
Just want to wish them a new golf season and a happy Christmas.
Chase Elliott's going to do it again at the Roval. Briscoe, he's done it. He's eliminated the reigning champion. Christopher Bell won his way into the round of 8.
Live on, boys.
What playoff moment will we experience next week as the elimination race is just in front of us? And again, on NBC, make sure to join us for that. Bubba Wallace. Will his playoff dreams continue after the Roval? Right now, Bubba Wallace being scored 16th. As they run, Bubba Wallace 1 point below the cut line. 63 lead changes already. That is the most that has happened here since October of 2011, when there were 72 lead changes.
These late race cautions, as a driver, always made me nervous, because I know now that they're going to drop the green flag, and I cannot lift. I cannot give a guy a break. I cannot let him do something I don't want him to do. I can't let him do it to me. And it means the aggression level is going to get picked up even more. And your heart rate starts rising because you know what you're going to have to do if you want to win this race. And it's why we see a flurry of cautions late. You get one with 13, 14 to go, and you are forced to do things that you really don't want to be doing.
A lot of memories happening at a racetrack built back in 1969. And now it's part of the playoffs. And what will a driver do to get to victory lane and maybe lock himself into the next round of the playoffs? We're going to find out. Less than 15 laps to go here at Talladega.
Just looking up these start times for next weekend's live commentary stream. So the NASCAR Xfinity Series and Cup Series will be racing at the Charlotte Roval next week. Our live commentary on Saturday afternoon for the Xfinity Series race will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and for the Cup Series race next Sunday at 1:30 Eastern Time, once again, just like today's stream was. So 3 p.m. on Saturday afternoon next week and 1:30 on Sunday afternoon for next week's live streams, again from the Charlotte Roval for the elimination races in the round of 12 for both the NASCAR Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Cup Series. Earlier today, Ryan Blaney won Stage 1, Brad Keselowski won Stage 2. It was the 6th stage win of the year for Keselowski and the 5th of the year for Ryan Blaney in the 12. Let me fact check that. Actually, the 4th of the year for Ryan Blaney, and then the 6th of the year for Keselowski. Keselowski, of course, out of the race, was involved in the last crash that we ended up seeing. He'll end up finishing in 33rd place today. And as you heard, 63 lead changes, 24 different leaders so far in this race. Alex Bowman was scored as the leader at the time of the last caution. Ryan Blaney was actually ahead of Almirola when the caution came out for debris. So you have 4 Fords in one line there. Whatever lane Bowman chooses, I'm sure Blaney will go opposite, if I had to guess, especially considering that he's going to have a lot of Fords behind him. He was on the inside of row 2 for that last restart. But I'm thinking he's going to stay pretty much right about where he's at right now on the outside lane. The outside's where you're going to want to be at some point to make a run. You're not going to be able to make the pass on the bottom with whoever it is that is going to lead the charge down there will be on that double yellow line. You can't pass below it. That would be out of bounds, and you would get penalized. So if you're like third, fourth row one back on the bottom, you're just going to be kind of boxed in and in for the ride. We'll see who can take charge there in the middle to upper lane. William Windex, Linda Leverett, Doran Davis, Ronald Gutierrez, a lot of other people, Yogi Crawford and others, welcome into the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so yet on the stream today, and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. We're 19 likes away from our goal of 150. JC1424 also thank you for tuning in. Who's going to hang on to get the win in the YellaWood 500 at Talladega?
My son Zach, who's in the championship game in North Carolina today, but this is going to be something else. I think as I look at the rundown, I'm looking at Denny Hamlin and Chris Buescher, who made their way in that third lane up on the top, getting hooked up again and maybe picking up Bubba Wallace as they make their way forward. So let's see if that happens.
It will be 13 laps to go.
How about Riley Herbst? What's Riley Herbst thinking right now? I mean, he's done a nice job. Great car, fast car. Dale, you said in the pre-race, hey, I'm trying to take every lap to teach everybody that I'm the guy to go with. I think Riley Herbst has made a lot of good decisions. And I think he has a car I wouldn't be afraid to push. I think it's going to have the speed to go to the front, Jeff.
Well, they're the guys that need to win, or that haven't won. Bowman, Herbst, you just mentioned Almirola, Harvick, Elliott. I mean, it is loaded up front with people that need wins.
I think the only problem with that Herbst car is the yellow bumper stripes. Stripes on that car, a lot of guys are going to see that. They're probably not going to want to help when he makes the move.
Yeah, only his 4th career Cup Series start. He started 6th in this race.
13 laps to go this time by for Ryan Blaney and Alex Bowman. Bowman, the control car in the bottom lane for the restart. We'll have Kevin Harvick to push behind him. And Eric Almirola is in line behind Ryan Blaney, so a couple of those SHR Fords going to be split. Green flag back in the air. Great push on the outside lane there for the two Fords of Almirola and Blaney, although Harvick giving a shot to Alex Bowman on the bottom, and Bowman clear in the middle of the corner as well as Harvick. We'll see if Harvick moves up in front of the rest of the Fords on the outside lane. Blaney holding back. He's about 3 or 4 rows back in that outside lane. They did not take off as well as I initially thought. And now the top 4 and the bottom are all single file. Riley Herbst trying to give the push to Ryan Blaney in the 36 car now. Third lane forming way at the back of the pack, but the inside way more organized for the moment. Waiting to see if anybody off that bottom lane is going to move up. Ryan Blaney's got a run coming. The Hendrick Chevys of Byron Larson going to stay to the bottom. Chase Elliott stays to the bottom. Bowman goes up to block the 4 of Harvick, who moves up in front of Blaney. And Harvick now trying to get to the lead on the outside in turns 1 and 2. He did move up with the Fords. And from about the 5th row on back, we have a third lane forming as well, led by Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who led a lot of laps in that first stage of the race earlier. Was one of the more aggressive drivers when trying to throw blocks at the front of the field, and we'll see if he can charge his way up forward. He definitely shake some things up there. He's got Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car right behind him. Rather, that is Tyler Reddick in the 45 behind Stenhouse. They lost a little bit of ground there in the middle of 3 and 4. Bell hops out of line. Now they're down to just 3 cars. They don't have enough up there at least yet, and we are down to 11 laps to go. Harvick leads that lap at the line by about a full car length over the 48 of Alex Bowman. Ryan Blaney pushing the 4 car clear. Blaney not clear of the 48 himself. Bowman went up to side draft the 12 just a little bit, back down to the double yellow line. All 4 Hendrick cars are in line on the bottom. It's the Hendrick Chevys, on the bottom lane against the SHR and Penske Fords on the outside. And again, Blaney giving Harvick a big push. They're both clear of the bottom lane, but they're going to stay up there with the Fords. Very reminiscent to what Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano were able to do earlier in this final stage when they were controlling the middle groove at the front of the field as well. Both those 2 cars seem to be strong enough to be able to do so. They'll continue to hang on. 10 laps to go for Kevin Harvick to try to get his first win of the year in his final season in the NASCAR Cup Series. He'll have 5 more races left in his career after this one. Time's running out if he wants to get that last victory this season. That last lap, Harvick's lap time was over 197 mile per hour average. Very few drivers have been able to do that today. And saying that he was able to do that from the lead nonetheless and not necessarily in the draft. Bowman again with a head of steam on the bottom. They pulled back to the inside of the 4 and the 12. Bell on the outside Stenhouse has to drop back into that second groove as well. Still not able to get a third lane going. It's probably going to have to start from the middle of the pack. And we'll see if that second groove can stay up there with the bottom lane when they do start to go to 3 lanes, if they end up doing it. I would imagine they probably would. 9 laps to go, though. Nothing has been committed for yet. Alex Bowman, who was on the bottom of the racetrack, moved up to block Kevin Harvick in the tri-oval. Now back to the bottom in front of his teammate Chase Elliott. Blaney will give the push to Harvick. Another run coming, and Bowman again to the outside, trying to block both lanes at once now. Control the pack and try to win. Larson going to push the 9 of Elliott to the inside of the 48 of Alex Bowman. And Chase Elliott's going to take the lead into turn 3. Bowman didn't stay down there with his teammates. Now he's stuck on the outside. Kevin Harvick with him. Bowman not holding a steady line right now. And maybe he's backing up to allow the 5 and the 9 to move up in front of him. That is not going to be the case. The 5 and the 9 stay hooked to the bottom once again. 8 laps to go. Chase Elliott leads that lap. 3-car tandem on the outside. Bowman, Harvick, Blaney. And Bowman pulls clear in the middle of 1 and 2. On that outside lane, he can pull back to the bottom if he wants, and he does. Right in front of his teammate Chase Elliott. We'll see if he goes back to the outside to block Harvick if he gets another run down the backstretch. Here comes Harvick with help from Blaney. He does not move up this time. Harvick will pull alongside the 48 of Alex Bowman. Coming into turn 3. Harvick with the lead, out in front. And he does not move down to block the 48. Blaney does go down to side draft Alex Bowman on that double yellow line. Harvick going to stay out ahead of the pack. 7 laps to go for Kevin Harvick. Doesn't go to the bottom. Bowman with a run. Middle of the tri-oval. Blaney to push the 4 again as they exit the tri-oval. Harvick leads that lap by half a car length. 7 laps to go at Talladega Superspeedway. And remember, if one of the playoff drivers wins this race, they will advance to the round of 8. But there are a lot of non-playoff drivers up there in contention for the win late, like Harvick, Bowman, Chase Elliott, all in the top 5. Riley Herbst, in his 4th career start, an Xfinity Series regular, didn't even make the Xfinity Series playoffs, but he is in this Cup race today and trying to get his first Cup win. He's the 3rd car in line on the outside behind the 12 and the 4. The 9 and the 48 both clear off turn 4 on Harvick. The outside fell back quite a bit. Bowman moving up a little too wide, and he's going to get put in the middle 3 wide as Harvick and Blaney are going to escape by to the outside of Bowman, who made a late decision to move up, and now he's getting freight train, leaving just now 3 of the 400 cars on the bottom. 3 lanes forming now after Bowman got split up out of the pack. The 36 of Riley Herbst moves down, almost turns himself on Bowman, but he is able to get in line. Bowman might have cut him a break. Bowman to the outside, 3 wide in front of Chris Buescher in the 17, who was able to make the outside work a little bit earlier in the day. 5.5 laps to go at Talladega. The 4 and the 12 have moved backwards just a bit. The 300 cars on the bottom now control the race for the time being. And now Blaney is going to move up, it looks like potentially ahead of Alex Bowman. Nope, he stays down in front of the 36 and behind the 4 of Harvick. 3, 4, 5 cars simultaneously pushing themselves on that 3rd groove on the outside. Behind Bowman, he's got Almirola, Joey Logano, and Kyle Busch. Harvick getting a massive shot from Ryan Blaney, but the 300 cars still remain at the front of the field into turn 1 on the bottom lane. Byron going to move up now. He's going to ditch Larson. He's going to get to 2nd place alongside Larson. Harvick is going to be the one to push the 24 in the backstretch. Will Chase Elliott move up? He does not. William Byron now looking for the lead. Trying to get his 2nd straight win and his 7th of the season. Bowman's car's been dancing around a ton on the back straightaway every time he is getting that push from Almirola. Harvick now to the outside of the 24. The 24 moved in front of the 9 on the bottom. Harvick still had a big run from Blaney. And now the 24 and the 4 side by side for the lead. Coming up on 4 laps to go at Talladega as they enter the tri-oval. Harvick and Blaney at the front of the field. Harvick leads that lap. He's a full car length clear. Will he stay with the 12 or will he try to control the lanes? He's been staying consistent with right in front of Blaney this entire time until now. In the middle of 1 and 2, he moves down, and Ryan Blaney's going to get a push off turn 2. Harvick back up in front of him. And how wide will Blaney make his car? He's staying consistent with staying on the back of the 4 car when he moves up in front of him. Byron getting a push on the bottom will pull back to the inside of the 4 of Harvick. Chase Elliott gave him a great shot. Alex Bowman, who is still leading the 3rd lane, is about 4 rows back. Corey LaJoie's up inside the top 10. He's the 4th car in line on the outside behind the 36 of Riley Herbst. And Denny Hamlin, who restarted 29th with 20 to go, is behind LaJoie, fifth in line in that 2nd groove. Harvick leads again at the line. 3 to go for Kevin Harvick at Talladega. He's clear of Byron as they head into turns 1 and 2. Byron gets another late shot from Chase Elliott, and again, rockets back up the inside. Elliott pushing the 24, the 12 of Blaney pushing Harvick. Harvick clear on the back straightaway. Blaney also clear of the bottom groove. The 36 of Herbst staying connected with the 12. Now it's just the 12 and the 4. Will they move to the bottom? They're staying up wide. They've got a big gap built up on the cars, both in the 2nd groove behind them as well as the bottom lane underneath. Blaney didn't move down in front of the 24 of William Byron. He's going to stay behind Kevin Harvick. Harvick going to move down with a late block in the tri-oval, barely clear on the 24, and the 12's going to get to his outside. Blaney and Harvick side by side for the lead with 2 to go at Talladega. If we get to the white flag, the next flag will end the race. 3rd lane still about 5 or 6 rows back. They are not building up enough momentum. Door to door for the lead on the back straightaway. A lot more energy, it seems like, in the outside lane with cars pushing simultaneously. Blaney and Harvick still out in front of the field. Door to door for the race lead as they exit turn 4, and they'll be coming to the white flag. The 36 of Riley Herbst in his 4th career race is the 2nd car in line on the outside. Bubba Wallace moves up out of the 2nd groove in front of the 48 of Alex Bowman, trying to lead the charge in the 3rd lane. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Blaney leads at the start-finish line by inches over Kevin Harvick. Harvick nearly clear in the middle of the corner. Tries to move up. Doesn't have enough clearance. Now he does if he tries to move up on the back straightaway. Kevin Harvick all alone on the backstretch leads. Blaney getting a big push from the 36. He moves up. Blaney cuts to the bottom. A crossover move. Now the 36 to push the 4 on the outside. And Byron to push Blaney in the 12. They've swapped lanes for the lead into turn 3. Blaney is clear in the center of the corner. Cars bump drafting further back. Harvick side drafts the 24 of William Byron in the middle of 3 and 4. Can he get a push from the 36? Blaney stays on the bottom. Harvick with a charge to the outside. They're side by side for the lead as they head to the line. Will it be the 4 or the 12? They're crashing behind him. Banging fenders. Ryan Blaney wins as the big one happens behind him by inches. The 12 beats out the 4. Nearly half the field taken out in a wreck as they cross the start-finish line, and for the 3rd time in his career, Ryan Blaney will win at Talladega on a photo finish. Kevin Harvick ends up 2nd. He didn't have as much help as Blaney did on the bottom. The 24 was pushing the 12 as they crossed the line, and when the crash happened behind him, the 4 of Kevin Harvick just didn't have enough help. And as a result, Ryan Blaney is going to get the win. And a Ford will go to victory lane once again on a super speedway this season. We'll have to wait on the finishing order to update here over the next several minutes. You'll get to hear from the top finishers of today's race in our post-race show. Ryan Blaney gets the win. His 2nd of the season, his 1st since the Coca-Cola 600 back in May. And he will lock himself into the round of 8 of the playoffs. He came in 11 points below the cutoff line, very reminiscent of 2019 in the playoff race where he won here. In similar fashion, with a photo finish, came in below the cutoff line. That year he was more than likely in a must-win situation after a crash in the first race of the round, but today wasn't in a must-win situation, but the win is nice. He also won a stage. He'll pick up 6 playoff points, which will carry over into the next round. Wild finish to a wild race at Talladega. Here's your race winner, Ryan Blaney.
A week ago, Ryan Blaney was celebrating the fact that he had 300 starts in the Cup Series, and now on 301, he gets to victory lane. And Marty's there as the celebration about to begin.
He's going to climb out in front of these Talladega fans a week after, by his words, making a mistake on the last stop at Texas, took away a possible win, but today made all the right moves with spotter Josh Williams to barely get Kevin Harvick and advance himself to the round of 8. What a finish, and the Talladega fans love it. He said, round of 8, we're here. Gonna get the checkered flag as he always does, and you'll seek out a Ryan Blaney fan pointing out the young man right now that he wants the flag to go to. Well, Ryan, how did you regain that momentum after you lost it, and how were you able to get by Kevin Harvick and hold him off?
Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, pretty wild. Pretty wild last restart, but let alone last couple laps, kind of losing momentum, getting it back. Just getting clear to the bottom to kind of get to the front row and drag racing out with Kevin. So really proud of the whole 12 group, man. Pennzoil, Menards, Body Armor, thanks Imaging, Advanced Auto Parts, Worth, Dan Wizard, everyone who makes this possible. It's so cool. I went 3 times here in Talladega. That's super cool. I have to give a big thanks to Riley Herbst. He did a really good job there. The last couple restarts, he hasn't had a lot of cup starts, but he did a great job of pushing me. So thanks to him, and this is so cool. Thank you to everybody for coming out. This is so special, and I can't wait to have fun tonight.
If you ever question if NASCAR is a game of inches, that was 12 1,000ths of a second. What do you see from behind the wheel when it's that close, Ryan?
I won it by more than I have the last couple here, so that one might have been about 4 feet. The others were about 2, but yeah, you just don't know. I mean, you just kind of drag race around, hope you get help. William gave me a pretty good shove on the bottom. He's kind of forced to, but yeah, I wasn't sure, and until Josh said something. So Josh did a fantastic job on the roof like always, and this is such a special place to win at, so I cannot wait to go to victory lane.
There you go, and maybe the better part of all of this, Rick, they do not have to worry about the Roval next week. Team Penske and Ryan Blaney advance to the round of 8.
2 drivers have done it. William Byron won a week ago, and now it's Ryan Blaney who will head to the Ruoff Mortgage victory lane that he said he loves so much. Here.
We'll go through the full field finishing order. Unofficial results, of course, we had cars crashing across the start-finish line there at the end. Unofficially, Ryan Blaney with the win by 12 1,000ths of a second over Kevin Harvick. And in fact, William Byron in third finished 61 1,000ths of a second off the race lead as well. Denny Hamlin unofficially will end up in 4th place. Corey LaJoie with the top 5 and 5th was in the top 10 there for that final restart. Austin Cindric, comes from the back of the field a lap down, took the wave around, was able to get up to 6th on that last restart. Great run for him. And same thing for Hamlin, getting the free pass with the last caution, was able to get up in contention there at the end and still finish in the top 5. Justin Haley, quiet day, but finishes in 7th. Chase Elliott had a strong car throughout, finishes in 8th. Ryan Preece ended up 9th. And Riley Herbst, as you heard there at the end, was up in contention for most of this final stage. Ends up finishing in 10th place today. Still got a top 10. He was one of the cars that crashed across the line. Daniel Suarez ends up with an 11th place run. Chandler Smith in 12th place was in that third colleague entry for today. Ty Gillen ends up in 13th. Chase Briscoe 14th. Christopher Bell 15th. Kyle Larson in 16th. Tyler Reddick 17th. Eric Almirola 18th. Martin Truex Jr. 19th. And Chris Buescher finishes 20th. 21st place finish for A.J. Allmendinger. Michael McDowell, 22nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 23rd. Bubba Wallace, 24th. Joey Logano in 25th. 26th place was Kyle Busch, Eric Jones in 27th. The top 26 positions finished within 9/10 of a second of each other. That is insane. As far as behind Eric Jones in 27th, Ty Dillon finishes 28th. Alex Bowman, last car in the lead lap, at 29th. BJ McLeod, 1 lap down, finishes in 30th. Brendan Poole in 31st. And everybody else from 32nd on back finishes, or does not finish the race, I should say. Harrison Burke finishes in 32nd with the DNF. Brad Keselowski, 33rd. Austin Dillon, 34th. 35th for Ty Gibbs, 36th for Carson Hocevar, 37th for J.J. Ely and Ross Chastain in 38th. Here is Kevin Harvick following a second place run.
Walking the 12 there, and he got to the outside of us, but it actually worked out okay because the 24 was a great pusher, and then it got shuffled again, and I had Riley behind me, and I knew I thought I was in a really good spot, headed down the back straightaway with everything that was happening, because I knew if I could get off the tri-oval with Riley right on my bumper, I was still gonna be okay, and then he got spun in the middle of the tri-oval. So just gotta thank everybody on our Busch Light 4. They did a great job. And right about there, I thought I said, man, we're sailing. The spotter's yelling at me to side draft. I'm like, we aren't gonna need to side draft. And Riley got loose and spun out. And then I'm like, well, we're all alone here with 2 of them below me. But great day, great way to end the Talladega. I always want to win. Is what it is. Could you have imagined if this was the walk-off win for you? Yeah, he might have torn it down. That would have been great. Talladega's been so up and down through the years. We've had some great moments and bad moments, and last super speedway race and went out with everything rolling, so that's a good thing. Nearly had a second win here at the big track, guys.
Smiling, Kevin Harvick, and that's the way you want to see him leave each track when he comes to it for the final time. Again, Kevin Harvick will be in the broadcast booth in 2024 as he will be calling races after he retires from behind the wheel.
I'm not even going to begin to count exactly how many different lead changes we ended up having in this race because we had quite a few. We did have 24 different drivers lead at least one lap in the day, though, and over 60 lead changes total. Here's Kim Kuhn standing with Denny Hamlin, who finished 4th.
It's difficult, my own doing, but brought the whole Mavis Brakes team to, Mavis Tires and Brakes is where you should go. The Toyota's fast. Obviously, when I needed a push, I could get to the front, but obviously did not want to set us back there with that penalty. But when we got to go put the pedal in the metal, we go. And so proud of our effort there to get back to the top 5.
You head into the Charlotte Roval plus 50. How does that make you feel?
Makes me feel pretty good. Thank you for asking.
A driver who's been feeling pretty good all day has been William Byron. Came in here sort of relaxed with the win last week, but are you frustrated that you couldn't get to the front there at the end?
Yeah, just a little frustrated that when I was getting pushed by the 4 and I got down, and we just couldn't quite get linked as good, and those guys got another run, and both of them had the choice to go down, and one of them picked it in the 12. So they were able to kind of stagger both lanes, and they can push so well and just receive those pushes. I was kind of squirrely getting pushed, especially in the middle lane, so I felt like my best bet was to get to the bottom and hope that the yellow line was my friend there at the end. So thanks to the whole Exalta team, Exalta Chevy was really fast, top 2 in both stages and 3rd in the race, so we'll take that, but it sucks to not win because you feel like that's really the only objective of this week, so we'll learn from it, and great effort though, we'll take it.
And you'll sleep well this week too. Was that squirrely feeling anything different than what you'd had at Daytona or Talladega earlier this year?
I thought we had gotten that a little bit better recently, and then there was a little bit of a rules change, and I think the car just got a little more out of the track today. So just go to work on that. But yeah, I think we're close. It's just trying to get pushed like those Fords and push like them. But we're definitely close.
Strong Talladega run for William Byron.
So William Byron.
We'll go through the predictions and how they ended up following the finish of today's race. We'll start off with the must-have drivers. William Byron was one of which and ended up finishing in 3rd. The other 2 did not have top 10s. Chris Buescher ended up 20th. I would assume he was probably in that last lap crash coming to the checker, but even if he wasn't, was never really in contention for most of the race. There was one point in the final stage where he had a battle for the race lead, then he fell back with about 30-ish laps to go, never got back forward through the field. His teammate, though, Brad Keselowski, was one of the must-haves, did win Stage 2, was having a solid day until getting into a wreck when he also had gotten faltered towards the back of the pack, ends up with a 33rd place finish. So 1 for 2 on the must-have picks this weekend. As far as the sleeper picks go, Eric Almirola ended up finishing outside the top 10 in 18th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also outside the top 10, finishing in 23rd, and Bubba Wallace finished 24th. So 0 for 3 there. Not good with those predictions. The don't have picks of predicting drivers to at least finish outside the top 10 today. Martin Truex Jr. ended up 19th place. Kyle Larson 16th. Denny Hamlin 4th. So 2 for 3 on the don't haves. 3 hours, 7 minutes, 23 seconds total time of the race today. No overtime, so we do finish under the 500-mile, 188-lap regulation. And we had a an average race speed at 160.34 miles per hour. Pretty quick one here today. We had about a 10-minute red flag session with that one crash we had in the tri-oval, which took out a few cars, 4 to be exact, that DNF from that incident, 5 actually, that had DNF from that incident, and that was at lap 161. That was one of only 4 cautions we had the entire race today, though, and one of only 2 incidences. Clean race, great race, 2 of 3 wide throughout. It's what you love to see at Talladega. And a photo finish down the stretch with my guy, Ryan Blaney, getting the win. Second time this season that he has been able to do so. Unfortunate heartbreak, though, for Kevin Harvick and Harvick fans out there watching him in his final season, hoping he gets a win. And he came just 12 one-thousandths of a second away from finally getting that win this year. Unfortunately, it was taken away. Ryan Blaney with the win again advances into the round of 8, of the playoffs alongside Byron, who won at Texas a week ago. A good string of finishes this round for Willie B with a first and a third, headed into the Roval next week. Team is posing now in victory lane. Pictures. Third win for Blaney at Talladega. His 4th career win on a super speedway of his 9 career victories in the NASCAR Cup Series. It's first with the next-gen car as well. And we will take a look at the Fantasy League now. As we have gone through the predictions, if we get any other interviews, you guys will get to listen in. I'm waiting for the points to show up on the NBC channel before they go off the air. Probably still calculating everything with where the finishing order could have ended up. We could have some positions changing there at the end with that crash right as they were crossing the start-finish line. But we do know who the winner of the race was, at the very least. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. On the app, there's a tab up in the top left-hand corner. You click it, and then there will be a Fantasy Live section. Click on that. Right here on NASCAR.com, you can see a quick links tab up at the top. Fantasy Live, third one over as of right now. So we'll click on that real quick. And then we'll get to look at the fantasy team for today for both myself and the winner of the league for this week. Before we get into that, here is Bubba Wallace standing with Kim Coon.
Walk us through what happened.
I don't know. I need to go back and debrief and figure out. But track position was so important. If the bottom and the middle lanes were riding and the pace slowed down enough, you can make the third lane work. But that last pit stop, we had a number that we were trying to get for fuel, and we came out, 13th or 14th when we were 5th, and I made a wrong call there. I cost us in the 45 a lot of positions in a really good day, so didn't make the right moves there at the end, but just trying to make up for what we had lost on track position-wise.
You'll head to the Charlotte Roval, -9 to the elimination line. What does that mean for you and the team and what you have to do next week?
Just another race to go out and execute. Keep all 4 fenders on, all 4 tires on the racetrack, and see what happens.
Bubba Wallace after the race.
So I put the name of the league in the chat already, KRC League, KRC in all caps spaced, and a capital L on the league. We'll take a look at the point standings again once I see them on the NBC graphic screen. As far as right now goes, though, here is the Fantasy League, who I had on my team, and then, of course, who the winner was this weekend in the KRC League. I had race winner Ryan Blaney on my team, so that was big. Joey Logano had a pretty solid run, 10 stage points. Didn't get a great finish. Keselowski had a lot of stage points, DNF'd, unfortunately. Chris Buescher, no stage points, no top 10 finish. Kyle Busch got wrecked out late. So outside of Blaney on my team, not too good there. And as far as the bonus points go, I only got 10, which is Blaney beating Busch. I had Wallace beating Reddick. That didn't happen. Keselowski beating Larson, which didn't happen. Chastain finished last today, so he obviously did not beat Martin Truex Jr. So not a good week for me. A chance for you guys to catch up. finished. That ain't right. Hang on. I was gonna say no, I definitely didn't finish that far down in the league. The team and all that was accurate. Finished 10th this weekend. Not even sure how many people we have in the league. I know we have quite a few though. 124 points. For myself, Dale 30 wins Talladega this weekend by quite a bit, actually. 209 point total, which ends up giving him a win by about 30. Do my math quickly here. A 36 point win. Pretty impressive, to say the least. You don't usually see that far part of a win necessarily for the fantasy side of things. Mark, the Kyle Busch fan, finishes in second with 173 points. EC23 with 162 points in third. The Plow V3 with 157 points finishes fourth. Nathan Powers rounds out the top five at 155 points. Dale 30, we'll see who he had on his team here. Obviously, he had a really good team. William Byron, who had the most points today. Ryan Blaney, who won the race today, had both of them on his team, which helped him get the win. Chase Elliott, who actually had the third most points in this race today, finished 8th, also on his team. Then Kyle Larson, who had a lot of stage points, but not a great finish, finished 16th. And 18th for Almirola, who also had quite a few stage points as well. Actually, no stage points for Almirola. That was his worst driver on the team. The only one that didn't rank in the top 10 on the point side of things for today. And as far as his bonus points go, he would have ended up only also getting 10 bonus points for today's race. So, good win for him. As far as the points lead, I had a 50-point lead over Inside Uranus. He had 103. And I had 124. So I'll extend my lead over him, but honestly, considering where a lot of these other people were in points, I think I'll still have the points lead with 5 races to go, but I have no clue who's going to be second and whatnot on back now for the rest of the year. So that's probably going to change quite a bit. But appreciate everybody tuning into the league. I did pause the actual live feed of the race, so we'll go back to that real quick while that is going on. Here is Dave Burns with Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, it was all right. I mean, I thought our Bass Pro Camry was pretty good, and just never could quite get in the right lane at the right time. Stuck on the bottom there at the end. I think 3 to go, we were probably almost up to 10th or 12th, and 3 laps later we were 19th. So just nowhere to make any moves. Just everything was clogged 3 wide, and you just kind of rode there and got what you could. So tough day, but we're in good shape going to the road. We can take care of business from there. Just need a good day.
When you're in those positions, Martin, and you're like, I tried that before, it didn't work, does your brain tell you you can't try to, but there's nothing else left, and you try to pick a lane that's moving?
Yeah, I mean, I think you just try to pick a lane that's moving. The problem is once you pick one lane, you're kind of stuck there for a while, especially at the end there. It seemed like, we restarted on the bottom because that's what we got, and we were stuck here for the whole last run of the race. There was never an opportunity to try anything else, so it's kind of the way this race is. If you're not right in the front, it's really hard to make any moves or do anything, so yeah, tough long day, but in one piece and a good spot going to the road.
Yep. On the positive side, with one race left in this round.
Tyler Reddick comes home in the 17th position. What was missing today for you and the team?
I don't know if we were really missing anything, actually. Our McDonald's Toyota Camry 2 was actually pretty strong. I couldn't push a couple of Toyotas that well, but we could get pushed good, and I felt like we just had a solid car. The pit strategy under green flag conditions really didn't work out for us too well. Me and Bubba kind of just took a chance on hoping the middle and bottom kind of just choked themselves up on that restart, and those last 4 or 5 laps there after that restart was the fast laps we turned all day, so just made it really difficult for third line to work. Just kind of got a little bit fortunate. I pretty much fell to the back of the lead lap, 29th or 30th. I just got to the bottom and found a few holes and got something out of it, right? So, yeah, plus outside by 2 is not really that bad for us, I think. As long as we left here better than we came in, I felt good about our chances. Obviously, it's pretty straightforward, right? I think we'll have to go after stage points. That's okay. But if we can get 20 there, I'm sure we can salvage a good finish out of it and make it on the round of 8.
With a resume, though, that includes road course wins, does that make you more confident at Charlotte Roval?
Yeah, this is completely under control, right? We just got to go out there and execute. We got to qualify good and make sure our car's driving good in practice. So this is, I'd love to have a little bit more cushion, right? But with all things considered, where we're at is very doable.
Tyler Reddick heading to Charlotte with some confidence.
So, DJ, good news. The results are official, and so are the points as of after.
Yep, so the point standings will look like this following Talladega today, unofficially, of course, based off the finishing order of the race. William Byron, Ryan Blaney locked into the round of 8 of the playoffs with wins already in the round. And heading into the elimination race, Denny Hamlin will be third in points overall, plus 50. So pretty much as long as he gets 10 stage points within the first 2 stages of the race, he'll lock himself in. Christopher Bell will be 22 points above the cutoff line, fourth in the standings to start next week. Chris Buescher plus 19 points, Martin Truex Jr. plus 17 points. Kyle Larson will be 15 points to the good after coming in only plus 2, so he gains on the cutoff line. He had a lot of stage points today. Brad Keselowski, who DNF finished 33rd, did score a lot of stage points. That stage win is huge because he is still 2 points above the cutoff line. He came in plus 8. So he loses 6 points, but he is still above for right now. Tyler Reddick, minus 2 points. Has been great on road courses this year, so that should be good to watch. And Keselowski struggled on road courses this year, so that does concern me for next week for him. But Reddick, minus 2 points to Keselowski. Ross Chastain finished last place today, but he's only 9 points to the negative. Bubba Wallace, minus 9 points as well. And Kyle Busch, minus 26, is not in a must-win situation either, but of those drivers is probably in the most dire situation to get a win if he wants to advance to the round of 8. So that will conclude the live stream, I believe, today. Shut up, Marty. All right, so I didn't mean to turn the volume up there on that. Jump to live real quick, see if there's any other interviews. I don't see any more interviews, at least for the meantime. So with that being the case, that is going to wrap up today's live commentary stream. Actually, before we wrap up the stream, hit the like button. We're only 3 likes away from the goal of 150. We're at 147 right now. So be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not hit the like button yet. Hit that like button and then we'll end the stream. So we can get to our goal of 150. We are close. 3 more likes to go. Still just over 100 concurrent viewers watching. Appreciate each and every one of you guys that have tuned in again this Sunday. As far as next week's live commentary schedule, we will start our Xfinity Series coverage for the Roval on Saturday afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And then for Sunday's Cup Series race at the Roval, we will start our live commentary coverage with our pre-race beginning at 1:30 Eastern Time. So 3 p.m. on Saturday, 1:30, again, both Eastern times, 1:30 for Sunday. Truck Series will be off next weekend, so we'll be back to 2 live commentary streams again for next week. No top 5s, 1 top 10 for Truex in the playoffs. Yeah, that's not good. And he hasn't been that great on super speedways this year, but there are drivers behind him in points that have been worse, like Keselowski, Bubba Wallace. So I think he'll be okay for next week. He did win at Sonoma earlier this year, so that will help. Up to 148. We're 2 likes away. I mean, it's possible all of you guys have hit the like button, but if you have not, we are not ending this stream until we get 2 more likes. And we get to our goal of 150. And we can all get to watching some football or something then this afternoon. Still at 148. 149. We're 1 away. We are at 149. We are still here. 1 more like. There we go. 150. We are at 150. We have hit our goal. Appreciate that, everybody. Again, thank you for tuning in. I'll be streaming some NASCAR Thunder 2004 tomorrow afternoon. So for those of you that want to tune in for that, you can. And again, next weekend, 1:30 on Saturday for the live commentary for the Xfinity race at the Charlotte Roval. And then Sunday, 3 p.m. on Saturday for the Xfinity race, 1:30 on Sunday for the Cup race. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate the support, as always. See you guys next weekend. And for those of you who I will see tomorrow, see you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your Sunday night. And go Ryan Blaney. Congrats to him for winning his second race of the year at Talladega.